Hello there and welcome to a very special video on my channel because this is my 1K subscriber special. I'm really honored that so many people have joined Revenge of the Cinema, and in this video I will rank every single episode of Star Wars: The Clone Wars, and this video will be in English and it won't be a live stream because you guys voted for it in the community section, so here we go. The Clone Wars has 133 episodes and I can't remember my personal ranking for them, so I have this little paper to help me with that. There is every single episode ranked and I will begin with the last place. Downfall of a Droid is the 6th episode of season 1, and I find it difficult to say anything positive about this episode because it's really terrible. You have to say, because there are many really good episodes in season 1. For example, the 5th episode of season 1, Wookiees, with the introduction of Hives and Echo, but one episode later the visuals don't look very good and the score is by Kevin Kiner, and in this particular episode the music is really terrifying. It's really bad during the battle, and I didn't like the battle at all. What I have to say is that the Battle of Bofuroi, I can't pronounce it correctly, but in this battle you have the ATTEs are staying on the moon, and it's actually a clever idea and it's a good way to outsmart an opponent, but the visuals and the music in this battle are so bad that I really can't enjoy it. And then R2 gets lost in this episode, and it's really trash, but it has Ahsoka, Rex, Anakin, and so it's not a 1 out of 10 but a 2, and it's really the worst. For me it's clearly the worst episode. I mean, I can't remember a single episode that has so much bad music and bad visuals combined in one scene, so this is the last place. Duel of the Droids is the next chronological episode in the series, and it's also the next place in my ranking. And I can imagine that some of you guys maybe don't understand, because this episode has some cool moments as well. For example, this episode heavily featured Denal, a clone trooper of the 501st Legion, and Denal was really cool. All his scenes are pretty cool because he is one of the clones that are hardly remembered by a majority of the fan base, because when you think of clone troopers in the 501st, you think of Rex, Fives, Jesse, Hardcase, maybe Dogma, but not on the early ones like Denal. And also the mission where they have to rescue R2 is alright, and then it gets to the point that I really disliked. The lightsaber duel between Ahsoka and General Grievous. Well, this episode ruined General Grievous a bit because he was much too weak. He was clearly better and more skilled than Ahsoka, but he should be able to kill her in a few seconds, and this is just not the case, and she attacks even Grievous, and it's really a shame that Grievous is not as strong and as fearsome portrayed in the Clone Wars, like in the original Clone Wars, the 2D series from 2003, I think. And in this series, Grievous was a machine. He was really a Jedi killer, and Then they explained why he was much weaker in Revenge of the Sith, because Mace Windu attacked him at the end of the series. And so they had a good explanation, and they had a very, very strong General Grievous in the Clone Wars. And now in canon, because this original Clone Wars is of course no longer canon, and now we have Grievous, and he only kills one Jedi, I think, Nadav Webb, a few episodes later in season 1. And what's funny is that in this episode we can see how many trophies and lightsabers he has from Jedi he killed, but we never see him killing any Jedi in the Clone Wars, aside from Nadav Webb. And because he appeared so much in the series, this is really something the original Clone Wars series was better at. Of course, the clones we have now is in many aspects better. Like, we have more characters, the characters are more explained, they have more time to explain the characters, more locations, more story arcs, because the original Clone Wars was like 4 hours long. And with I don't know how long the Clone Wars series is, maybe like, I don't know, 40 hours, and it's like really really good that the Clone Wars has so much seasons to explore the conflict between the Separatists and the clones. But General Grievous was not well portrayed, and he was the military head of the Confederacy of Independent Systems. And this episode was the fundament, for me personally, why Grievous was so weak portrayed in the Clone Wars. And that's why I'll give this episode a 3 out of 10. Really good moments in this episode, but the character Grievous was a bit ruined. So the next episode is Bombard Jedi, and it's actually again the next chronological episode. And I think many people really dislike this episode. This is the episode where Jar Jar Binks goes on, and everybody thinks he's a Jedi, and he's just really clumsy and all this stuff. But there's one aspect of this episode that I really, really like, and I think this aspect is not enough highlighted by the fan base, because Onakanda Fa had his first appearance in the Clone Wars, and he appeared sometime in the second and third season, and I really liked his character. He was one of the senators that worked with Mon Mothma, Bail Organa, and of course Padme Amidala against Palpatine's new bills. And this character, Onakanda Fa, he died in the second season, and he appeared later in the third season. This was really strange, because like the chronological order of the Clone Wars is a mess. Because like Cat and Mouse, the 16th episode of the second season, is chronological the first Clone Wars episode, and it's chronological before the Clone Wars movie, and not like Ambush, the episode Yoda appeared in on Toydaria. So Onakanda died, and Lola Pose was the woman, was the Rodian who killed him, and she killed him because he let down his planet. And this was something that happened in this episode, because Onakanda Fa was worried about his people, because they had no supplies, and the Republic couldn't afford to help them. They just don't they just didn't help them. And so he goes to the separatists and asks them for help. And for this action, he was killed many episodes later. And this continuity was very good for me. It was like his episode, his arc is really clear for me, and his character is so explained and so explored. Unfortunately, the visuals are really bad again, and most of the episode is really not watchable. But there are some funny moments in this episode. For example, when Padme escaped, the one droid was like, "Where's the alarm button?" So I like the droid humor in this episode. And funny was that Newt Gunray appeared, and Newt Gunray appeared only in season 1 and one episode in the Cat Bane arc in the second season. So it was the Newt Gunray episode, but he also wasn't well portrayed on that planet. And so yeah, there was really some terrible shit, but also one aspect I really liked and some funny droid humor. So this episode gets 4 out of 10 points, and Duel of the Droids 3 out of 10 points. Mercy Mission is place 130, and it's also the first episode that's not from season 1, because this is the 5th episode of season 4, and it will be some time before we see an episode of season 1 again. Like the 3 worst episodes of the series now, they were from season 1, but I really like this season, and I can't understand all the criticism that this season gets. So you'll see that the other episodes are much higher ranked in this video. And I watched Mercy Mission over and over again, and the simple reason for that is that I did a wolf video, I did a comet video, all scenes comet, all scenes sinker, all scenes boost, and so I had to cut single aspects of this mission, and yeah, for the all scenes videos that you will find on the Saturday Scenes playlist. And I really didn't like this episode, but again, like many of the a bit bad episode of the Clone Wars, they all had some really good aspects, and I think that every episode of the Clone Wars is watchable and you can watch it over again. Also the weaker episodes, because they have aspects that you'll love, and these aspects are the reason you watch a weaker episode again. And this aspect, and the aspect of this particular episode is the Wolf Pack. And the Wolf Pack is, I would say, not my favorite Clone Legion. The favorite is of course the 501st, but I think after that comes the Wolf Pack. And yeah, clearly I have to say that, because like my most successful video is Commander Wolf, so I have to be grateful for the boys. And yeah, I just like the tension between Sinker and Boost, and many people don't realize that Sinker and Boost are the same clones that appear in the Malevolence arc. The Malevolence is of course much higher ranked, so there will be some time before we reach this episode, because it's really good. But also Commander Wolf and 3PO are funny in this episode. And yeah, there's not much to say about it. Like, because obviously the plot where R2 and C3PO have to discover something, and everything that has to do with the alien people is really, really boring. And season 4 of the Clones is really, really good. This season had the Umbara arc, the return of Maul, slavery, and I really can't understand why they put 2 episodes with R2 and C3PO as the main protagonist in this season. The aspect with the Wolfpack's cool, but why so much R2 C3PO content? Like, this belongs in the first and in the second season, but it really wasn't necessary. So we have one aspect I really like, the Wolfpack, and the plot I didn't like because it was really boring. So in the end, again, 4 out of 10 points. The next ranked episode is A Sunny Day in the Void, the 11th episode of season 5. And I'll now tell you what happened in this episode. Yeah, exactly. Nothing. Nothing happened in this episode. We had D-Sqaud walking through nothing on a planet that symbols nothing, and overall we had nothing. What you have to say about this episode in the ranking so far, it is clearly the episode with the best visuals, and this aspect is also a bit important because, like, the visuals improve from season to season. So we have season 1 with like the worst ranked episode, Downfall of a Droid, with terrible visuals, and the rest of the season is all white. And season 2 is an improvement. Season 3, for example, the second half of season 3 is a great improvement. Season 4, season 5, season 6, season 7, and then the Bad Batch. Like, it's really a noticeable step. But you can say what you want about the visuals, like they can be perfect, but this episode just remains boring. But except for that, like, the plot is just nothing. You can't say something bad about this episode. There was nothing that annoyed me, and so it was just like, I watched this episode once, maybe a second time, and then I'll never think about it again. I mean, D-Sqaud has a cool dynamic between the members, although you don't understand the droids. And the Arturu and the other astromechs, you can't understand them. So you only have 2 characters in this episode that can actually talk. And yeah, you have to write it in a way that the audience gets what also the astromech want. And some funny moments in this episode as well, but yeah, not much to talk about here. Also 4 out of 10. And yeah, we had the 3 worst ranked episodes were all season 1 episodes, and now we have 3 droid episodes, because the next place goes to Nomad Droids. This is the 6th episode of season 4 and the chronological next episode to Mercy Mission. And the same that I said about Mercy Mission can be said about this episode, because we have the wolf pack, we have really cool action. Yeah, also the space battle in Mercy Mission was really cool. Also the lightsaber duel, I completely forgot about it. Adigalia versus Grievous, the second lightsaber duel between these two characters. They had a battle in season 2. I will come to that later. And yeah, so the Adigalia, Plo Koon, space battle, Wolfpack content is really great. It's a cool episode. And the rest is not that much interesting. It's also again boring. But this episode is ranked higher than Mercy Mission because we had Plo Koon in this episode. Although we had in Mercy Missions many members of the Wolf Pack, there was no Plo Koon. And here is he again, and it's really cool to see him fight alongside members of the Wolf Pack in a casual clones versus droids battle. And they rescue Adigalia. And the R2 C3PO plot was a bit more interesting than in the former episode, but yeah, so the review about this episode is really the same like in Mercy Mission. So again, a 4 out of 10. So I just said we had 3 episodes in season 1 and then 3 in about droids. This was actually a mistake because now we have the 4th episode about a droid. And this episode is called Evil Plans, the 8th episode of season 3. And the plot is again really boring because C3PO and R2 have to buy yogurt fruits for Padme. So this is the plot. And again, this is incredibly boring. It's funny that this plot is actually filled with an entire episode. But again, what I said about the former episodes, that also the worst episode of this series they all have at least one aspect that you really like. And in this episode it was Cad Bane and the Hutt Council. We saw for the first time the Hutt Council, and one of my favorite Hutts, Aruba. This is a fan Hutt that appeared only in the Clone Wars and was killed by Savage Press in the 5th season. And yeah, this is a cool episode. And yeah, like the chronological order is like again really a mess, because the next chronological episode is not the 9th episode of season 3, but the 22nd episode of season 1, and then comes the 9th episode of season 3. That's really not nice for some people who are not that much into Star Wars, like we are, or most of us are. So yeah, the chronological order is really something they need to improve in the other shows. But yeah, season 4, season 5, season 6, season 7 don't have this problem that much, except for season 5, but I will come to that later. Yeah, again a 4 out of 10. And now we will begin with the first episode that gets a 5 out of 10. Dangerous Depth is the 7th episode of season 7. And it's really clear that the quality of this episode is much higher than the quality of the previous episodes. But you have to say this episode is place 126. That's really low for an episode that was produced 3 years ago. So some of the other episodes that are so bad in this ranking were produced 15 years ago, and they had years to write a story and plot, and the Ahsoka arc really wasn't good in season 7. The Bad Batch arc and of course Siege of Mandalore, they were really good, and especially the Siege of Mandalore, really fantastic. This episode, this arc is really for me the best arc in the entire series, even better than the Umbara arc. And before that wonderful arc, we had the Ahsoka arc. And the episode Dangerous Depth is really the worst, because this episode had no progress. Like, at the start of this episode, we had Ahsoka and the sisters, the Martez sisters, in a cell by the Pike Syndicate, and at the end of this episode, they are in a cell, like Ahsoka and the Martez sisters. So we don't have point A, and then we go to point B, but we have point A, then we go there, and then back to point A. And this is really not good story writing, for my opinion. And we had some action sequences, and some funny moments, I guess. I didn't really laugh at all at this entire arc, and they also had a large disagreement, but this is all not good enough to be in season 7. So I'd say it's a 5 out of 10, because Ahsoka is voiced by Ashley Eckstein, and Dave Filoni knew what he had to do with Ahsoka, and I think that's some standalone episode for Ahsoka in the 7th season, that this is a good idea, but you can produce better, and if you can't, then just do 1 or 2 episodes about it. And I don't know, there were so many brilliant ideas for later Clone Wars seasons. For example, the arc with Darth Maul, son of Dathomir, it's a comic now. Then we had the Boba Fett, Cat Bane duel. Where's the origin of the great rivalry that ends in Book of Boba Fett? They had so much good ideas, and they gave us 4 episodes of Ahsoka and the Martez sisters. By the way, this is a comic I talked about, and if you haven't already, I highly recommend you check it out, because it really filled the gap between the Maul episodes in season 5 and Siege of Mandalore. And also Dooku was in this comic, and Darth Sidious and General Grievous, and the trio was in one large battle against Maul, and Mother tells him. And this cover here is so cool that I used it for my Dooku All Scenes thumbnail, so check it out. So here we go again, and the next Clone Wars episode in this ranking is Point of No Return. This would be the last episode of the D-Sqaud arc, one of the weaker arcs in the series, And so in this episode is a famous scene, the Wydonium explosion, and this scene is really incredible. I really enjoy it. I watched it like 20 times, I don't know. So cool is that in the Republic meeting there are so many awesome clone commanders and captains. So we have Cody there, there's Wolf, there's Neo, and yeah. So also the dynamic between Obi-Wan and Anakin is cool in the scene. We also had Tarkin. And yeah, I really loved that scene also, that R2 sacrificed himself, but and the rest of the episode I really disliked, to be honest. And yeah, I mean, like in the end of the episode, there are scenes where there are some, I don't know, kitchen droids and they get blasted, and the writers want to make the audience feel sad about this, and actually it doesn't matter to me. And the entire episode is just filled with nothing but this cool scene in the end. And the previous episode, the 12th episode of season 5, has Gregor, the clone commander, and he is really shining in this episode. And yeah, in the last episode of the D-Sqaud, yeah, we only had the D-Sqaud members, and then the dynamic between them is alright, but the jokes have already been made in the first 3 episodes. So this episode is really lacking of all the fun stuff from the previous episode, but it had the really cool scene. Like the audio and the visuals of the scene are really incredible, and it's extremely loud. So yeah, I think it's a fair 5 out of 10. Then the next episode is The Disapperead Part 1. This would be in season 6, episode 8, and therefore it's the weakest episode from season 6. I thought that season 6 overall was pretty good. We had, of course, the 5's Order 66 arc, but also the rise of Rush Clovis. 3 episodes that are really great and shows the politics in the Senate, but also in the separatist movement. And yeah, 1 episode about Cypher Diaz and 3 about Yoda. Every single episode of this season was pretty great, and in the middle of it there were 2 Jar Jar Binks episodes for like no reason, to be honest. And yeah, these episodes were okay because there were some funny moments between Jar Jar and Mace Windu. These 2 are the main protagonists of the 2 episodes, and in this mini arc there are also some bad creatures, and they perform some sort of magic, but it wasn't that interesting for me because the mysterious aspect of magic wasn't really working for me here, because these creatures were very incompetent. They had so many silly fight scenes that I couldn't take them serious. And yeah, like if you compare them to the Night Sister from Dathomir, that's a whole completely another story. So the Night Sisters are mysterious, they are really strong with their magic, they have cool designs, and the creatures, I don't know the name of the species here, but these people from Bardotta, like they were a bit funny looking, had silly scenes, and yeah, so I didn't really get the serious aspect of the situation. But yeah, I have to say I didn't watch them for a very long time. But I have to say, after I rewatched this little arc, I had to laugh at some moments because, like, yeah, the execution of Jar Jar Binks was better than in the in the other seasons of the Clone Wars. They know what jokes are working and which are not, and so yeah, it was overall alright, but I think it was just unnecessary. Like season 6 of the Clone Wars had 13 episodes and 2 of them are really wasted by Jar Jar Binks content, and because this season was really shorter than the others, the previous 5 seasons, yeah, it's a bit a shame like that there were 2 episodes filled with Jar Jar content. And yeah, the first episode was a bit weaker than the second one, so we have the Disappeared Part 1 on this place. Next episode would be Secret Weapons, the first episode of the D-Sqaud arc, so the 10th episode of season 5, and the picture is getting clear what episodes I didn't like so much and what arcs I didn't like so much. So I didn't like the Ahsoka arc from season 7. D-Sqaud arc was missing some good aspects from the other episodes, and yeah, some episodes from season 1, the mini Jar Jar Binks arc, yeah, those episodes weren't really made for me. But I have to say that in this episode there is no such scene like in the last D-Sqaud episode, where like there's not a scene that carries the entire episode. What do I mean? I mean, like in the last episode there was the Rhydonium explosion scene, which was very very cool, and it was visually so amazing that it was no problem for me to rewatch the episode over and over again. In the 12th episode of season 5, we were introduced to Gregor, and we had this amazing and really sad sacrifice of Gregor. Don't wonder me. So the episode, I didn't talk about the episode yet because I ranked the episode higher. And yeah, in A Sunny Day in the Void, there's no such scene that carries on. So this was the weakest episode, but the first episode of the D-Sqaud arc is better ranked than the others, except for the Gregor episode. But it is higher ranked because the dynamic between the D-Sqaud members was just introduced, and the jokes worked better for me in the first episode. And yeah, there was a simple mission, and it was cool that some characters we have never seen or heard before can execute this mission. Like, yeah, you go into a Separatist dreadnought, steal something, and you get out of there. We saw this a couple of times in the Clone Wars, but it was performed by like similar characters, like from our main protagonist. And now we had Colonel Mirva Gascon, a very small creature and some droids. So it was a bit refreshing, but also it wasn't really good. That's why this episode is like on place 123. This episode managed to be better than 10 episodes of the Clone Wars for me, and without a carry scene, without any of the main protagonists. Of course, they had some main protagonists like Anakin and Mace Windu in the first scene, but they didn't stick in this episode, they didn't stick in the mission. And yeah, so this episode earned my respect, to be honest. And what's also cool is that Ida Secura appeared, and the first scene of this episode, Neo appeared, and I did also a video on him, and Tongla Jua, or I don't know how to pronounce him, appeared in this episode. I also did a video about all scenes from him, and yeah, the funny aspect is that he only appeared in this one scene. So yeah, this was the review about that episode. Before the review of Secret Weapons, I talked about The Disappeared Part 1. Now it's time to talk about The Disappeared Part 2. So the 9th episode of Season 6 was the following episode of this Jar Jar Binks episode, and yeah, it's, I don't know, I really said much about this mini arc in general, more than like particular about this one part 1 episode, but the main reason why The Disappeared Part 2 is a little bit higher ranked than part 1 is because Mother Talzin appeared in the final act of this episode, and she really was great in the scenes she appeared in, because I really like her. I really like her character. I mean, like, I talked about this comic, Son of Dathomir, and she appeared quite heavily in this comic, and had really cool scenes in it. I mean, like, look at this picture. That's awesome. I want to have a poster of it and hang it here. And yeah, so of course she was more interesting in other episodes, in the episodes in season 3 where she was introduced, or like, I don't know, in season 4 when she talked to Savage, when he had the quest to find his brother Maul. But yeah, and there was also a small lightsaber duel between Mace Windu and Martez, but well, it wasn't really a lightsaber duel because she, of course, don't have a lightsaber, but she had a saber from her dark magic, and she had the plan to combine her dark magic with the Force through an ancient, I don't know, weapon. So the idea pretty much makes sense for me. Like, you have dark magic, why you don't have the Force as well? And she clearly would have been more powerful then. So it makes sense that she has this desire. And yeah, but there was also again clumsy Jar Jar Binks scenes. It wasn't that bad, but it wasn't good either. So yeah, I give this episode a 5 out of 10. So now we have Deal No Deal. Again, an episode from an arc I disliked, because this is the 6th episode of season 7 from the Ahsoka arc. This episode had some really interesting moments. For example, when Admiral Yularen and Anakin were on the bridge of the Venator and Anakin sensed Ahsoka. This was of course a callback to Return of the Jedi, where Darth Vader sensed Luke Skywalker, and the callback was really great because they had really much similarities in the design, in the walk of Anakin/Vader, and cool moments in this episode, but also boring parts like the ongoing discussion with Ahsoka and the Martez sisters, but the moral dilemma between the Pike Syndicate and the Castle mining operation, and when we were introduced to the slaves that are forced to work on the Castle mines. So this, on the other hand, was a good moment, a good aspect of this episode. So I would never say this was a bad episode or it was just watchable, but it wasn't also good because they had moments that are really quite boring, because the Martez sisters, the character of Trace and Rafa, are not enough to fill 4 entire episodes of the Clone Wars. So you have these boring parts, but in the end it's again 5 out of 10. Then we have Bound for Rescue, the 8th episode of season 5. This is a bit interesting because this is the 3rd episode of the Youngling arc. Here we have the 5 or 6 younglings that travel to Ilum to create their lightsabers, and this arc in general is really interesting because we get to see how long and how difficult it actually is to become a real Jedi, because we had the journey of Luke, of course, in the original trilogy, and we had the journey of Ahsoka in the Clone Wars, but we never really saw on screen the early steps of a Jedi. But this particular episode was, of course, the weakest. That's why it's that low on the ranking. And yeah, we had a space battle that wasn't really interesting because, of course, it had cool moments and the visuals and the music. This all was great, but what kind of disturbed me was the fact that it wasn't the Battle of Mimban, it wasn't the Battle of Seleucumai or Kashyyyk. There was just a battle in space just for the trailers. The season 5 trailer of the Clone Wars heavily featured this particular space battle, and unlike the space battle of Scipio that took place in the following season, in season 6 of the Clone Wars, there was no emotions in this battle. In the Battle of Scipio, you could feel the tension, you could feel the emotion from Anakin, because there was so much at stake. You had the Senate before that battle voting for Anakin Skywalker commanding this offensive from the Republic to invade this planet, and yeah, there was just much at stake. And here there were just 2 fleets shooting at each other, and yeah, it was with no purpose at all. And beside that battle, that looked cool, of course, and you had cool moments from the wiring and the battle inside, and of course Commander Cody was in this battle, and this was cool for me personally because I really liked the clone. But Then we had the story of the younglings, and as I said before, I really liked the story of the younglings in this arc, but well, the plot was actually the weakest in this episode because Ahsoka was captured by Hondo Ohnaka and his pirate gang, and then the younglings attempt a very obvious rescue and eventually did rescue her, and it was combined with some slapstick moments that weren't working for me. But yeah, I had to say that the characters, the Biff, Ganji, of course, that later appeared in the Bad Batch. I really like those characters. I like how they were introduced. I just had the feeling that this episode was far worse than the other three. And you'll see in the ranking that the other Youngling episodes are much higher ranked on this list. The ranking started with 3 episodes from season 1, and at this moment I said I really liked season 1, so that nobody think that I hated the season and I thought it was absolutely the worst and extremely weak. And yeah, like Bound for Rescue was place number 120, and now at place 119 we have the 4th episode of season 1. So we had many episodes that weren't in season 1, and I see right now that there wasn't a single episode of season 2 on this list. So this is really a sign how much I appreciate the first 2 seasons of the Clone Wars, because there are many fans that say something like start with the Night Sisters arc in season 3, or start with the Battle of Camino in season 3 and skip the first 2 seasons. And I really disagree, because I think there are so much interesting and good plots in the first 2 seasons. There's already so much character development. Like, look on Ahsoka's character. She is changing so much in the first and second season of the Clone Wars. It's really watchable. And now we have the Blue Shadow virus. The 17th episode of season 1. I thought it was really cool to visit Naboo in the Clone Wars and seeing a gunship landing on the hangar where the duel between Anakin Qui-Gon versus Darth Maul started, where the beautiful Naboo starfighter all started to fight in the Naboo space battle, all in the Phantom Menace, and there's this LAAT landing in this hangar, and we see the newly appointed Queen of Naboo, because the Queen that appeared in Attack of the Clones, there was one scene where there is the Queen, isn't there anymore in the first season of the Clone Wars. The Queen changed and remains the Queen for the next years. And yeah, this was really cool, and I liked the visuals very much, to be honest. Like, I had some criticism with the visuals of season 1, as I said in the 3 weakest episode of Clone Wars. This was the downfall of the droid, duel of the droids, Bombay Jedi. I didn't like the visuals at all in this 3 episodes of season 1, but here I really enjoyed them. And yeah, so I mean, Blue Shadow virus, the title of the episode is really the plot, because there is an evil and really mad scientist, a doctor, working for the Confederacy of Independent Systems that wants to create the Blue Shadow virus again, and that will kill everyone on Naboo, and if it gets off-world, it will kill the whole galaxy. So it's a bit over dramatic, but that's alright, because like that's a Clone Wars, so there are so many plot lines that are over dramatic, and there's also a cool fight in the hallways where the lab of the Doctor is. So I talked about so many things I liked about this episode, but it's place 119. So what are the things I didn't like? I talked about this when I ranked the 2 episodes of season 6. Jar Jar Binks appeared again, and I'm not a Jar Jar Binks hater, and I'm definitely not an Ahmed Best hater, and I'm not hating Jar Jar Binks in the Phantom Menace, and I don't hate him in the Clone Wars, but this kind of joke don't really get me. Like when they are discovering something and he wants to eat some animal and then almost kill everyone. This kind of jokes I'm really getting bored at. And because like he was one of the main protagonists in this episode, I didn't quite enjoy the episode so much like I could have if he was not in the episode, but that's alright. So because I can easily rewatch the episode and have some fun, but because of this aspect, I give this episode a 5 out of 10. So the last episode was from the first season of the Clone Wars. Now we go on with an episode from the last season. So I guess we all watched Clone Wars season 7 when it arrived 2020 on Disney Plus, and it started with 4 pretty good episodes where the Bad Batch was introduced. And I mean, you guys noticed that the Bad Batch episodes, I haven't reviewed them yet. They are much higher on this ranking. And then we got episode 5 of season 7, Gone with a Trace. And this episode lacks a bit of quality in comparison with like the other episodes that was previous on Disney Plus, but it wasn't bad. You can say that because the dynamic that was established between Ahsoka and Trace and Rafa was pretty solid, and you could. There were moments when you were thinking about this, and there were moments you could even laugh. And in the final act of this episode, Ahsoka and Trace chase down a malfunctioned droid. I would say this is the perfect example of an episode that is okay. So it is again a 5 out of 10. But I can't say something special, but I expected more from the first episode that Ahsoka appeared since she left the Jedi Order, of course. She appeared in 1 episode of season 6 in the vision of Yoda, in the Yoda arc in season 6, but this was the first time she really appeared after she left the Order, and I expected more thinking of her, more loud spoken thoughts and some questioning of the Jedi Order, and we got nothing of that. So the quality was not that high, but it was okay. So 5 out of 10. Place 117 goes to the 18th episode of season 1, And the episode is called Mystery of a Thousand Moons, and it's the second part of the Blue Shadow virus arc. And it's such a coincidence because we had this little 2 episode arc where Mace Windu and Jar Jar Binks fights Martez and her dark cult, like the Disappeared arc. And the first episode, the Disappeared Part 1, was ranked lower. Then we had another episode, Secret Weapons, and then the second part of this mini arc. And now again we have Blue Shadow Virus, then after that Gone with a Trace, and now the second part of this 2 episode arc. And yeah, I really liked this episode a bit more because the tension is getting more higher, because it's getting more dramatic, but it's also at the same time a little bit funnier. I mean, the dynamic between Anakin and Obi-Wan was really great. So the duo is absolutely brilliant, executed by the Clone Wars producers. The episode starts with Obi-Wan saying, yeah, just another boring day saving the universe or something. And so there are some jokes here, there are some jokes there, but then Padme and Ahsoka are getting poisoned, and yeah, then it's getting a little bit dark. Anakin is threatening the doctor, and Obi-Wan is like, oh no, my former apprentice is here to kill someone called Blood. And then they travel to EXTREM, find a kid who is reprogrammed some droids, but Anakin is slaughtering 18 of them or something like that. At first without hesitation, and Obi-Wan, the negotiator, is like, calm down, they weren't even attacking. And yeah, so they have to find something there on this remote planet to save Padme and Ahsoka, and you can feel the tension here because Anakin is rushing and wants to do it as quickly as possible, because the lives of 2 characters that he loves is in danger. And very interesting is also that Ahsoka and Padme sent Anakin and Obi-Wan a message, and Ahsoka said something and then Padme said something, and they both thought they were going to die. And then Padme said and then the connection is lost, and she was going to say, I love you, Anakin. And then he would be exposed, but he doesn't care because she's dying, and it's really a great episode. And yes, and they resolve everything, and in the end everything is fine because there is a ghost of Droid that people think that's the reason because they can't leave EXTREM, but Anakin and Obi-Wan quickly finds out that that's just a defense mechanism placed by the Separatists, and they can trick this defense mechanism, and they can save Padme and Ahsoka and the other clones. You shouldn't forget the clone troopers. And yeah, I said so many positive things about this episode, but it's placed so low in this ranking, and this has 2 reasons. At first I said that about Blue Shadow Virus I like the visuals. That isn't the case actually here. Strangely, I found the visuals are noticeable more bad than in the Blue Shadow Virus episode, but yeah, like sometimes it feels a bit rough, like you go from a scene at Naboo to a scene in Diego, and it doesn't match perfectly. But the real reason why this episode is placed at it's number 170, it's because the quality of the other Clone Wars episodes is clearly higher. So I mean that there are many 5 out of 10 episodes. Like I rated Gone with a Trace with a 5 out of 10, and before that 10 other episodes, and this episode is a 6 out of 10, and you guys will see that there are not many episodes I give a 6, but there are extremely many episodes that get 7 and 8 and a 9 and a 10. And yeah, in I guess normal shows or even in other Star Wars shows, this episode would be ranked much higher, but the other Clone Wars episodes really are damn great. You have to say it. I mean, that's the reason why we stick to the series and why we still love watching it. And yeah, so I guess the reasons are the other episodes are simply better, and it's still from season 1, and so yeah, the quality yeah, don't can't hold with the other episodes. Like there are episodes that were produced 2008, and there are episodes that were produced in 2020 and 19. So yeah, that's a big difference. And yeah, I just was speaking of it, and now we move on to an episode of season 7 again. We had season 7 now, together again, the last episode of the Ahsoka arc, season 8 episode of season 7. Before that season 1, before that season 7, before that season 1. So the contrast from the visual quality is high, because yeah, it's getting better every season, but the content, the plot remains really on the same level. And yeah, I would say that this episode, together again, isn't good, but it's pretty solid. Well, we have some scenes of Bo-Katan, son of Ren, and other Mandalorian, and that was pretty cool. I mean, Darth Maul also made a cameo, and yeah, it was the last and final act against the Pike Syndicate, and so the action was a bit better. There was also a fight like between the Silver Angel and some other Pike ships, and this also was cool. And I think like at the end, the character dynamic between the 3 girls, between Ahsoka, Trace, and Rafa, gets a nice conclusion when they say, yeah, like, I'm leaving you, I'm helping Bo-Katan, but we still remain friends. And yeah, so this was good. The end, the final of this episode was good, but like the overall quality of the entire episode wasn't that good. I mean, we talked about this earlier. I just didn't like this arc at all. I think it should have been a lot shorter. I think this would help the arc, and I missed some deep thoughts about the Jedi Order. Of course, we had moments when they talked about the Jedi and the role in the Clone Wars, because Rafa and Trace had the incident where their parents were killed, and Luminara Unduli for Jedi Master is to blame, and so they have a very negative side on the Jedi, and Ahsoka is a bit in the middle of them because she's a former Jedi, but this is, yeah, this could have been a lot more deeper, I think, this thoughts on the Jedi Order, and especially because Order 66 and the purge of the Jedi is so close. So this would be really a good moment to break down, is the role of the Jedi Order in the Clone Wars, is it justified? Is it justified to commit war crimes to help the Republic? Is it justified to fight for the Republic against the Confederacy of Independent System? I mean, the Umbawa arc is very, very interesting in that matter, and I can guarantee you guys, you won't hear about the Umbawa arc for some time, because these episodes are some of the best that were ever produced in the Clone Wars series. And in this battle, Ahsoka is also taking a part in. And yeah, is it justified that the Republic invades a planet that chose to no longer remain in the Republic and chose side with the Separatists? Is it justified to just attack this world because they use their freedom of a free will, their freedom of choice? And yeah, so I would really like some of the deeper thoughts and some of the deeper opinions of the Jedi Order, and especially the Jedi Order in the Clone Wars. And we haven't got them. We haven't got any scenes like that are really focusing on these questions. And that's shame, but that's alright, because we got solid episodes. They were okay. So this episode also gets a 6 out of 10. Then we have missing in action. And interesting is that now together again was the best rated arc from the Ahsoka, the best rated episode from the Ahsoka arc, and now we have the best rated episode from the D-Sqaud arc. It's the 12th episode of season 5, place 115, and this is the episode where we were introduced to Gregor. Missing in action is actually very easily reviewed, because there's a really good aspect of the episode and a not that good aspect. The not so good is that we spent some time with the D-Sqaud members doing pretty much nothing and walking around and talking to each other is also too much, because we have only Wag 2 and the Colonel, and the rest isn't understandable for the audience, because we don't understand the Astromax, and yeah, so that's not so much fun. But when we get to the part when Gregor gets introduced to the series, then it's really interesting, and it's really heartwarming, because this clone has suffered so much. He has lost all his memory, and he can't even remember his own identity. And then the Colonel Mibra Gascon shows him he's a clone and he is part of an elite group, and he is the first clone commander we really see. I mean, aside from the cameo appearance from Delta Squad in the 14th episode in season 3. I mean, I made a video about all scenes from all 4 members: Fixer, Seth, Boss, and of course D-Sqaud. And yeah, so this is the first time we see a extremely high skilled clone, and the scene of his sacrifice is incredibly strong, because he is portrayed in a way, and his skill is portrayed in a way I always imagined it, so that he can take on all these droids, not only the B1s and B2s, but also the droidicas as well. And with such a high battle IQ as well. And yeah, in the end, he sacrificed himself for the greater good, for the mission. And this was a really great moment for the entire series. I mean, the scenes where he finds an overwhelming count of droids is one of the best scenes of the entire season, maybe even series. And I can't say honestly, I think that this is a truly good episode, because we spent so much time with watching the D-Sqaud members or walking around and do nothing. So it's a 6 out of 10, but it could have been easily so much better. And moving on, now we have the first episode and also the weakest episode actually of season 2, and it's a strange feeling to say about this episode, R2 Come Home, the 21st episode. That this is actually the worst episode of season 2, because I liked this episode not a lot, but I did like it. So this I can only draw the conclusion that the second season must be really good, and that's what I said. The first and second season, I have the feeling that they don't get the attention that they deserve, and I think that the first 2 seasons are not getting so much love as they should. And this episode, the plot is actually very simple. Boba Fett, Aurra Sing, and a couple of other bounty hunters want to kill Anakin and Mace Windu to collect some money. Simple enough, and they trigger an explosive because they were searching for their admiral. This follows of some events from the 20th episode, and Anakin and Mace Windu are trapped in the bridge of the Venator, and it's really interesting to see those 2 completely different Jedi interact so much alone with each other, because we know, of course, in Revenge of the Sith that these 2 guys don't get along well, and it kind of starts in the first movie, in The Phantom Menace, where Mace Windu really actively denied that Anakin could not get into the Jedi Order, and like the novels of the prequel trilogy also pointed it out that when Anakin was in the chambers of the Jedi High Council in Attack of the Clones, that he thought, Mace Windu and these other guys, they didn't want that I joined the Jedi Order. And so the character dynamic between these 2 is really broken, it's really unstable, but they are trapped together, and they both want to survive and want to find their admiral. But Luckily, Anakin does have his good friend and his droid, the astromech R2-D2, and he commands him to deliver a message to Coruscant, to the Jedi, to come and rescue them, but he has to fly to Coruscant, and then the Wolf Pack with Plo Koon, with Ahsoka, with Wolf arrives, and they actually manage to save them. And what's really cool about this episode is that they put so much cool characters in this episode. We got Bosk in this episode. We got also, I think, the first appearance of Comet, and yeah, that's cool that Dave Filoni managed to integrate the Wolf Pack and Plo Koon as much as possible. And because Plo Koon and the boys are so often involved in some rescue operations, they have this great spot in our hearts. So that's really cool, and I can't say a big negative thing about this episode, because I really liked it. I think it was a truly good episode, and here starts the list with episode that I believe they are really good. This is place 114, and the Clone Wars has 133 episodes, and the great majority is good or very good or perfect, and this shows, for me personally, the quality of the series. And that's just cool. So often the reviews of the further episodes are not gonna be like, these are the pros, these are the cons, but these are all the things that are positive about this episode, and about the next episode there are even more things positive, or so this is where the actual fun begins. Sphere of Influence is an episode I think not many people thought it would be that high on the list, on this ranking. It's place 113, but it managed to be not in the last 20, I guess. And but I did like the episode, and it didn't include many of the typical main protagonists. Aside from Ahsoka, we had Ahsoka in this episode, but there were Papa Noida, the George Lucas character from Revenge of the Sith, and his son on an investigation on Tatooine, and we had Ahsoka and Ryu Chuchi on a separate investigation, because both of the duos were searching for the daughters of the Papa Noida. And I have to say I like both plot lines, because Papa Noida also had a scene where he negotiates with Jabba, and this was actually a really deep scene in my opinion. Funny is the fact that Greedo, the famous bounty hunter we see in A New Hope and in the deleted scene from The Phantom Menace, and Greedo is the one who is responsible for the kidnapping of the daughters, and Papa Noida is able to get the help from Jabba by telling him, you have a son, I have a daughter, and we all would like to do everything we need to do for our children. So this is the time this is the only time that Jabba really gets emotional and gets driven by an emotional part, and not by an evil or I don't know. So egoistic path. So this is actually cool. And on the other side, we have Ahsoka and Ryuchuchi, a cool dynamic from two young protagonists, and the two girls have a really cool plot in this episode. And the antagonist I really liked. I mean, Zillo and Lord Dot are really fresh, because Lord Dot is one of the official men in the Trade Federation, and he represents the Trade Federation in the Senate. He also appeared in the Phantom Menace, and he is very good with words, and Zillo is one from the obviously evil characters in the Trade Federation. So yeah, I do enjoy if they don't put in every episode the classic villain, the classic Ventress, classic Grievous, classic Dooku, or just some bounty hunters. So some of the less known villain are really refreshing, for my opinion. So I liked also the action. Also an episode that don't get any attention by the fan base. I'd like to change that, to be honest. So yeah, I really liked it one. Also a 7 out of 10. And we move on with Prisoners. Prisoners is the third episode of season 4, and this episode is the last of the Mon Cala arc. In this arc, there is a great battle, a war on Mon Cala, because the Mon Calamari has sided with the Republic. What's cool is that later Admiral Akbar is also present there. I believe he's only a captain at that time, but it's cool to see him in a Clone Wars form, and he was well portrayed for my taste. And on the opposite, we have the Crowan, who has struck a deal. They struck a deal with the Separatists and with Count Dooku. And Count Dooku placed a really evil commander there with Tamsin. And in the final episode, Tamsin finally gets defeated and killed by Prince and later King Li Cha. And yeah, by the start of this episode, it did really look good for the Republic, because all their forces were captured. The Gungan army was captured, the Clone army was captured, Anakin, Kit Fisto, Padma Amidala, they all were captured, and in this particular episode also tortured, especially Padma. And Ahsoka remained with Prince Li Cha, and as the Mon Cala as well as the Crown knew that as long Li Cha lives, hope lives for the people of Mon Cala. And the strong part of this episode is when Nosori from the Crown is convinced to help the Mon Cala, to help his whole planet, his people, and then the people of Mon Cala fights united with the Republic against the forces of the Separatists, and we see some warriors from Tamsin and some aqua droids that we are well familiar with because they appeared in the Battle of Camino. But yeah, it was a cool battle. It was a cool end, but clearly the other two episodes of this arc were better, because they got more deep into the relationship of the Quarren and the Mon Cala, because the first two episodes established the connection, and so in the final episode it was possible to unite these two fractions, and yeah, so I like this episode. The other episodes from this arc were better, but that's okay. It's also a 7 out of 10. A good episode and a good final episode of the Mon Cala arc. So let's continue. We talked about that some of the arcs are incredibly near in this ranking. So like the Ahsoka arc, the D-Sqaud arc, all these episodes are really in near spot to each other. Also the 2 episodes arc, like the R2-D2 and C-3PO story with the Wolfpack, or the Disapperead arc with Jar Jar Binks and Mace Windu. And we have the next little arc with Ahsoka as the main protagonist that's really sticks together, because we have the 4th, 5th and 6th episode of season 3. And I talked about sphere of influence before my prisoners review, and now I'm going to talk about the Academy. So the Academy is the last episode of this 3-episode arc, and in this arc Ahsoka is she's the main protagonist, and that's actually quite interesting because she is still very young in these episodes, and yeah, it's really a contrast to later on in season 3, because when you look on her at the 10th episode, he was on both sides, or in the Martez God arc, there she has her new design, new outfit, new look, and also a bit she seems older, and she seems a bit tougher maybe. And here in this age she is still learning, and this episode introduced us to the cadets, and of course Corky, the nephew of Duchess Satine of Mandalore, and those cadets were really interesting, to be honest. So the episode showed us only 4 of them really, and got deeper into 4 characters, but that's fine. And so what you have to say is the action is not very well in this episode. Like there's an end fight, and it's a bit boring, but when they talk about corruption and talk about doing the right thing, that's the interesting part of this episode. And because like these moments are overwhelmingly the majority of the screen time, that's why I have to say I really like the episode. I like the episode even more than Sphere of Influence, and I just wished that the action parts were better produced or just cut off, because I think we didn't really need them. And going on with Wookie Hunt, that's the last episode of season 3, and I talked about that Ahsoka is very different in the first half of season 3 than in the second half. And I can guess only that many are wondering why this episode is so deep, so weak in my ranking, because it's actually quite deep, and the story and the brutality is really extreme. It's some of the most brutal episodes of the entire series. And I really like that part, but I have to say I didn't like the action again. Because I thought it felt a bit unnatural. I understood why they produced it that way. I like the part when the reinforcements come in, because we have, of course, Ahsoka and two Jedi younglings are trapped on a planet controlled by Trandoshans, and they are anxious to hunt them down and kill them, because this is what they like to do. And yeah, then Chewbacca appears also in this episode, and he managed to, I don't know, create a transmitter, and he contacts Tarful, who of course appeared in Revenge of the Sith and Jedi Fallen Order. And then Tarful appeared with some other Wookiees and with bounty hunters Suji and Seripas, and that was really cool. But until this scene, I didn't enjoy the action parts. But I really liked the ending, and I liked that some no-name Jedi, were introduced, and we also saw like Eka Orki or Finn Trey in the last scene. And it was also really heartwarming to see Anakin and Ahsoka reunite again, and it's also important that Plo Koon said something to her. And yeah, the relationship between Ahsoka and Plo Koon is also highlighted here. So I liked this episode a lot, and I could have liked it far more, but unfortunately, so the first half of the episode wasn't really made for me. But it's still a 7 out of 10, and I just wish I could rank this episode much higher. So we continue on this video with place 109. It's the 14th episode of season 2, called The Duchess of Mandalore. And I think all of you people know it's about Satine again. And this episode is the third of a 3-episode arc where Satine and the new Mandalorians and the Death Watch, all these aspects, all these people are introduced to us on the screen, because we never saw any Mandalorians. Okay, we saw Boba Fett and Jango Fett, but Satine and Olmec and later the cadets and Bo-Katan, the Death Watch, and so on. These are the real Mandalorians, you know. And this episode is slightly the weakest of the 3 of them, because in the first 2, the relationship between Obi-Wan and Satine is explained. It is explored how deep their connection goes, also after all this time. And the third episode, The Duchess of Mandalore, doesn't have any of these aspects, and the character dynamic between Obi-Wan and Satine is not as well as in the other episodes, because Obi-Wan doesn't have a main role in this, because Satine is on the run, and she disguises herself as a civilian she tries to prove that Mandalore is a peace-living world and doesn't need the help of the Republic, and she clearly doesn't want the Republic to invade Mandalore. so that the clone army can fight the Death Watch. And meanwhile, the Death Watch is in league with separatist Count Dooku, and the Pre-Vizsla and his soldiers are anxious to fight, but Count Dooku's orders are to wait, because first of all, the Duchess of Mandalore, Satine, should be assassinated, and yeah, luckily the assassination attempt doesn't succeed. And in the end, everything is resolved, and Pre-Vizsla is very, very mad, and therefore there's the beginning of his big hate against Count Dooku, and we will see that in A Friend in Need, the 14th episode of season 4, so exactly 2 seasons after this episode. And yeah, I overall really liked the episode. I mean, that's why the episode managed to be in front of so many others. But there are, of course, like 108 episodes better than the Duchess of Mandalore on the list. So I have to criticize some aspects. And yeah, it's the missing connection between Satine and other characters. Like Satine talks also to Padme, but it's not like the kind of deep conversation that happens later on in the series, because the next place on the list is Corruption, the 5th episode of season 3. And here we have Padme and Satine in the main roles. And I like this episode obviously a bit more, because here we had the deeper conversations. We had also some pretty cool action when Padme picks up a blaster at the end and fights alongside some Mandalorian guards, so some new Mandalorian guards, you have to say, because there are also Mandalorian guards that are not agreeing with the new pacifist ways of their leader. And because there are so many people on Mandalore that disagree with the leadership of the Duchess, corruption grows in their own ranks, and it feeds them, and corruption is really, really evil, and this episode does a good job by showing this. And of course, the corruption aspect is not solved within one only episode, because after that we get The Academy, an episode I reviewed just before Wookie Hunt and Duchess of Mandalore. And yeah, so we had a real nice little arc in season 3 with the episodes number 4, 5 and 6. Yeah, and I to be honest really liked it, because you had Ahsoka in there and the planet Pandora. Then we had Mandalore without Ahsoka, and then again Mandalore with Ahsoka, and it's I guess a little bit underrated arc, to be honest, because I mean, the visuals do not look that great as they do later on in the season, like the D-Sqaud or the Citadel arc. These episodes have really great visuals, and these 3 episodes don't have these great visuals, but it's alright, it's not as bad in season 1. So, what episode is next? Yeah, we have Gungan Attack, 2nd episode of season 4, and I talked a lot about the Mon Cala arc, but this was like a 5-6 episodes ago. And in this episode, I really like the part where the Gungan army attacked, and it's really cool to see a bit variety in the ranks of the army of the Republic, I guess, because like there are clone troopers. We saw clone troopers fight in the water on Mount Kala in the first episode of season 4, and of course the first episode of this Mount Kala arc. But now almost every clone trooper is killed, and they don't have the time to reinforce them. They don't have the time to like prepare them for this special mission. So they who stay at the Jedi Council had to look for some other options, and they just asked the Naboo, the Gungans, and they agree after a pretty short time. And yeah, so we had really cool moments in this battle, and the moment where Kit Fisto, Anakin, of course Captain Akbar, and Prince Lichar are swimming there under an eel and preparing for the attack. The music is extremely good. So really this episode has amazing music. I really don't understand why the complete soundtrack of Star Wars: The Clone Wars isn't on Spotify. We had like a few soundtracks from season 1 to 6, but not all of them, and then all of season 7. But this is this specific soundtrack I'm talking about is only on YouTube. But yeah, I like this battle, but for my taste, all of the main protagonists were captured a bit too quickly. Of course, Kit Fisto had some wonderful underwater action. I mean, this arc is also heavily inspired by the Clone Wars 2003 series, where Kit Fisto also leads a clone battalion against some Krogan and some separatists. And yeah, but unfortunately all of the main protagonists are really quickly captured, and then Ahsoka and the prince only remained. And what kind of disturbed me is that like Ahsoka was too chilled for me in this episode. She was like, yeah, Anakin, Padme, Kit Fisto, they all have been captured. It's no problem, just remain calm. And yeah, I think that like because of some of her lines, some of her dialogue was a bit too much relaxed, so you couldn't feel the real tension there. But overall, good episode. Again, a 7 out of 10. The video goes on with an episode I thought would be like in the middle of this ranking. It's a very classic episode and I really enjoyed it. It's Destroy Malevolence, the 4th episode of season 1. I'm sure you're all familiar with the Malevolence arc, and this particular episode is the 3rd and final episode of this very cool and very special arc. And yet this episode is played 106, and this shows the quality of the entire show, because I really thought it would be like place 60, 70, 80, something like that in this area. And no, it's not even it's not even under rank number 100. So that's really crazy, because well, I watch this episode quite often. I do like to rewatch it, because it's again a simple plot, like the Jedi and the Jedi, it's a simple plot. Like the Jedi on their Venator wants to destroy the Malevolence, and suddenly Padme Amidala is captured by General Grievous because she gets a call by Palpatine, who is, by the way, Darth Sidious, in case you didn't know. And yeah, she is captured, and then she tries to convince the Jedi that they should pursue with their hunt, with their task to destroy the Malevolence, and of course they didn't. And what's interesting here is that Ahsoka sees Anakin's reaction when he realized that the Naboo starfighter is in fact Padme, and I think that's the first time she ever noticed that there's maybe something more going on between these two. Like this isn't professional, strictly professional, like because she of course knows that he don't like that many senators, and then he reacts like this. And yeah, she tries to fight her way off this ship, and yeah, it's also the only time we see a subjugator class starfighter, I guess, in the whole series. In this arc, the Malevolence is heavily featured. I mean, it's even the title of this episode. And yeah, Anakin and Obi-Wan do a daring rescue operation, and they eventually succeed. And of course, General Grievous meets up with Obi-Wan for the first time, and we get a great callback to one of the important lines in Star Wars, or should I say cinema history. Hello there is name dropped, and canonically, because of this hello there from General Grievous to Obi-Wan, he said this line back 3 years later in Revenge of the Sith at the Battle of Utapau. So very cool detail, I really liked it. And yeah, so you have to say there are no deep conversations going on in this episode. I mean, there is also R2 and C-3PO, but what's special is that Anakin and Padme are about to kiss on a train in the Separatist subjugator class, but they get interrupted. But this is one of the few moments they actually got intimate. Like we got, of course, the moment in the second episode of season 7, or in the last episode of season 1, where they kiss actually. And yeah, but that's a rare moment, and it's cool, I guess, and it's important to see that, of course, because like they get married in the second movie, and they get a child in the third movie, so we need to see them interact in a romantic level in the Clone Wars. So important, and I think there should be more scenes like that. But yeah, what can I say? I really liked it. This episode, it wasn't extremely good or something. Like, I don't know, the visuals are okay, and the space battle in the aftermath of this rescue operation is also alright, but nothing too great. But of course, nothing bad going on here in this episode. So I would say a classic 7 out of 10. And it's going on with Cargo of Doom, the second episode of season 7, and this is the middle episode of the Cat Bane arc. and Cad Bane here is being pursued by the 501st Legion, of course led by Anakin Skywalker, and the episode starts with a really cool space battle, the space battle of Deveron. It's also the same place where Savage Opress is firstly in combat with two Jedi Knights, Halsey and Nox, but we put away that. I really liked this episode. It's getting really dark. It's very brutal. I mean, the death of Bola Rapol, the Rodian Jedi, is one of the brutal deaths in the complete show. So I don't know if there are that many deaths even in the complete Star Wars universe on screen that are so brutal. And this in the second season, and yeah, I just can't understand how that many people are saying that the Clone Wars is a kids show. I mean, I don't know. I wouldn't show this scene my kids when they are like 8 or something. Crazy, but you have to say the episode couldn't keep up with the level, and then there are like classic firefights between some clone troopers and some droids, and these battles on the Munificent, I think, is getting really long, and I mean there are like, I don't know, 7 clones and there are 12 clones or something dying, so it doesn't make that much sense, and also the B1s and the B2s should be dying like, I don't know, 10 seconds, and they are all surviving for like 2 or 3 minutes, but that's alright. Also, again, we got Denal, I think, in the episode Downfall of a Droid. I said one of the few positive things was that Denal was there, and he is in this episode as well. And he dies, unfortunately. But Cad Bane is too strong for a regular clone trooper, because we also saw in this episode he is too strong for Ahsoka Tano, and he beats her, and he knows exactly what he wants to do with her. And yeah, Cad Bane is a really skilled and competent antagonist, and one of my favorite bounty hunters, of course. Like, he's also he has so cool guns and such a cool design. I'm really glad that they introduced him in the Clone Wars. So yeah, that's about this episode. I really liked the overall episode, but some moments were just absolutely great. But the general level of the episode wasn't like good enough to be, I don't know, in the top 50. I'd say if the episode was in general better, in general, if the episode could keep up the level from the first 2 or 3 scenes, then this episode would be in the top 50. But it's unfortunately placed 105. And the next episode, also a very classic episode that I thought it would hang around in the middle of this ranking. Hunt for Zero, the 9th episode of season 3, and I think the most people know this episode well, because Quinlan Ross is actually a main protagonist in this episode. Also, this episode featured Cad Bane again, and he was really cool. And I talked like a minute ago how strong Cad Bane is. He's stronger than Denal, also stronger than Ahsoka Tano, and in this episode he easily can keep up with 2 Jedi Master, with Quinlan Voss and Obi-Wan Kenobi at the same time. This is really incredible. Without the Force, just with your gadgets, with an extremely high battle IQ, of course. So this is truly amazing. What I also liked about this episode is that so many huts appeared. I really liked how the huts were portrayed in the Clone Wars, and I think yeah, they are a great addition in the series because yeah, of course we got all other crime families that also worked very well, like the Pike Syndicate, like the Black Sun, but it's cool that more huts than just Jabba appeared, like Gadula and Uruba. I think they all appeared. Yeah, very cool, but unfortunately the focus is too much on Zero and his love interest, and that's sometimes a bit cringe. It's sometimes okay, but I have to say I really loved the song that the workers were performing for the Hutt Council. I can't remember what the song title was, like, I don't know. I just write it down here. And yeah, I like the episode, but it can be said the same thing like for Cargo of Doom. If the episode could keep up the level with the very good moments of this episode, then also Hunt for Zero would be in the top 50. Yeah, but it's down here. So we move on with Bounty Hunters. And no, I'm not talking about the game, but the topic is, yeah, the topic fits because we talked about Cad Bane, and now we have an episode called Bounty Hunters, and it's the 17th episode of season 2, and this was really a great episode. There we have the situation that Anakin, Obi-Wan and Ahsoka have to investigate lost clone frigate, clone medical supply, something like this, like a very normal start into an episode. And then they get attacked by 6 or 7 vulture droids, and they crash land on the planet Felucia, on the planet Felucia, another heavy landing. And then they meet up with some farmers and some bounty hunters. The farmers hired the bounty hunters to protect them from pirates, which pirates like, of course, Hondo, Onaka and his recreates. Very cool constellation. I really liked all of the bounty hunters that were introduced. We got Seripas, we got Suji. I think Suji is very underrated because like on her side is Ambo, and Ambo is obviously one of the coolest characters in Star Wars Clone Wars, but also Suji is one character I definitely liked. I talked about her in my review of Wookie Hunt, the last episode of season 3, and I also liked that she appeared later on in season 5, where Darth Maul and Previously formed up, and they were going to attack huts. Like I talked about the huts, and that's why I had to say it. And then Suji fights Darth Maul. You have to do that and furthermore survive. So I really like her, and I like this episode. And I mean, of course, I guess everybody knows that the 4th episode of The Mandalorian is like a bit of a copy of this episode, which is alright, but the original is from here. And yeah, but still, like the fight scenes, yeah, it's alright, it's good, but the fight scenes really are better the later the season is, and it's the 2nd season. So this episode is cool, it's a 7 out of 10, yeah. So the next one is Senate Murders. You have to go 2 episodes forward because it's the 15th episode of season 2, and I believe that not many fans like this episode so much as I do, but I really see the deep connections going on here, because in this episode Onakandafar is murdered, and then Padme just doesn't hear to the inspector, and she is investigating the death of a good friend herself alongside Bail Organa, and they eventually find out the murderer. It's a plot twist that's not that hard to figure out, but why did I like the episode? And I talked about this when I had my review about Bombad Jedi. That's place 131, so really bad. Only 2 episodes that were even weaker than this. But in this episode we were introduced to Onakandafar in the Clone Wars. Of course he appeared in The Phantom Menace, but here was his first real appearance in the Clone Wars, and he betrayed the Republic, went to the Separatists to gain supplies for his starving people, because the Republic just didn't care. They only cared when they had Newt Gunray, very important separatist in capture. So this also shows, of course, the hypocrisy of the Republic, this should be said. And yeah, eventually he gets murdered for his decision to save his people, and for his desperations where he went to the Separatists because Lola Pur's Erodian from the planet didn't forgive him. And that's really interesting. So I liked the connection, and it's of course irritating that he died here in season 2 and then appeared in season 3 in episode 10 and 11 when they want to shut down the defense recruitment bill, I think. So he appeared in 2 episodes of season 3, and he also was a protagonist of these episodes. And yeah, it's really irritating when you don't know the exact chronological order to watch the Clone Wars. It's a bit weird, but okay, you have to work with it. And but yeah, like I really like all these senators. Also, Mon Mothma was heavily featured in this episode, and also the dynamic between Bail and Padme is pretty cool. And yeah, I mean, the most of the Star Wars fan base knows the speech that Padme gives, where she talks about her servant, and where she talked about like Tekla Mina was one of my servant, and her kids can't study, and her kids can't use water, and all this. So her speech is intended to don't spend all the money for wars, spend the money for your people, because if you don't help your people in need, then you don't have to fight for them and spend money to fight for them. And yeah, this episode, I'm talking here Senate Murders, is actually directly after this episode. And I think if you watch these 3 episodes in the right chronological way, if you watch first season 3 episode 10, then season 3 episode 11, and then season 2 episode 15, you will really like all 3 of them, and you will really appreciate these 3 episodes. And my personal opinion is that these 3 episodes, this little arc, is the most underrated arc in the complete Clone Wars. So yeah, check it out. I can only say. And we're going on with the Gungan General. And as I said before, I'm not a Jar Jar Binks hater. Absolutely not. I love Ahmed and I loved his appearances in The Mandalorian, but I have to say, this arc I was talking about just a minute ago, I am really glad that Jar Jar Binks didn't appear in these 3 episodes. But in this episode he was actually pretty cool. Because in the episode previous to the Gungan General, Dooku was captured by the pirates, by Hondo and Naka. This was also the first Clone Wars episode that featured Hondo, and Anakin and Obi-Wan were sent to check if he's really captured and if it's the real Count Dooku, and they get poisoned at the end of episode 11. And now we have episode 12, and they wake up and they are all 3 captured by the pirates. Anakin, Obi-Wan and Dooku, and there's a really great dynamic going on between these 3. I mean, I think most of you know the joke, like the Count is concentrating, and these jokes really work extremely good, and it's just really fun to watch. And also then Commander Stone was very cool, because the Republic sent like frigate to bring the pirates some money so they can imprison, so the Republic can imprison Count Dooku. And yeah, on this frigate there were some clones like Commander Stone and Jar Jar Binks and Senator, what was his name? And Senator Karras. So Senator Karras died, and that was actually a bit sad, to be honest. And yeah, I think the emotions were a bit wooing because after his death, the pirates attacked, and all of this were a bit lame. It was a lame chase, to be honest, and a lame action sequence. But we had also the other plot, and the 3 Force users escaped together, Anakin, Dooku and Obi-Wan, and yeah, there were a lot of cool moments there. Also in the end of the episode, when Dooku finally escaped alone, he murdered Tulk, Falso and another pirate very brutally. Again, like the Clone Wars it's just a kid, so yeah, for sure. And yeah, so Count Dooku was cool in this episode, Anakin and Obi-Wan were cool, Commander Stones, also Jar Jar Binks was alright, but sometimes the action did miss the point a bit, but still very cool, very good, 7 out of 10. And we go on with a test of strength. This is the 2nd episode of the Youngling arc. We talked about this arc a bit, so for you to know, that is place number 100, and it's the 7th episode of season 5. And in this arc we had the younglings go to Ilum, construct their lightsabers, and Ahsoka is their supervisor, and we also had the droid Huyang, who will of course appear in the Ahsoka series. And the episode begins with the younglings constructing their lightsabers, and that's a really cool scene, because as I said before in my Bound for Rescue review, I liked how the Clone Wars showed us some of the early steps to get to become a Jedi, and we didn't see that on screen before. And so constructing the lightsabers and see Katuni struggling with this task, and Pedro is a bit arrogant and there's a cool dynamic going on here. Gungi with a really special and a really cool lightsaber. And yeah, then these younglings and Ahsoka and Huyang were attacked by the pirate Hondo. Again, I'm talking a lot about Hondo recently. And yeah, so then again, so I guess around Place 100 there are a lot of episodes that struggle with the problem that they all have extremely good moments and couldn't keep up with the level, and the level goes a bit down, and then we have many minutes of the pirates doing something, talking to each other, and there's also a bit lame action, and yeah, so it's a shame because this episode could be better, and this episode is the third place from these 4 youngling episodes, and I think this could be higher, but yeah, there were a little there were some little problems, but still very good. Episode place number 100, so it's a special one. Next, we have Legacy of Terrors, the 7th episode of season 2. A very cool episode featured with Luminara Unduli. So, Legacy of Terror heavily featured Luminara Unduli, and I really think that her character was well written, really genius written, because of course she's a Jedi in the Clone Wars era, so we are meant to be on her side, and I mean, especially in this episode, she does nothing wrong, and she tries to help capture Poggle and destroy Karina the Great, some important Geonosians that are working for the Separatists. But of course, I mean, most of you will know that Luminara is getting pretty much hate in the fan base because she was very cold, and she didn't really seem to care about Barriss Offee, and this eventually led to Barriss Offee going crazy in the 5th season of the Clone Wars, and like attacking the Jedi Temple and blaming it all on Ahsoka. And yeah, this is partly Luminara's fault, and I just have to say that I really like the episodes she's in because she's a more twisted character. It's not the usual black and white character thing. So yeah, although this wasn't the case really in this particular episode, I just look very positive at the episode she's in. This episode was really fun. There was really cool action, there was cool music, cool characters. I mean, the duo between Anakin and Obi-Wan was again really cool. We had some really funny moments when Anakin stepped on the Geonosian worm and Obi-Wan said, "Hey, I was to study this," and he said, "Yeah, like study the bottom of my foot." And also Commander Cody in 212th, yeah, we lost gear shift in that mission, but really cool episode. I really enjoyed it. It is an episode. It is an episode that you can just relax and watch, and yeah, you can enjoy it. And we go on with a very similar episode, to be honest. Place 98 goes to the 11th mission, 11th episode of season 1, and that would be Dooku Captured. It's also a very funny episode that highlighted how comedic and how cool the dynamic between Obi-Wan and Anakin was, and the jokes are even better in this episode. And well, I laughed even harder, and so it was much funnier and much cooler. But there is also a negative side of this episode, because the episode, because it's so funny, it isn't serious enough, because we had the confrontation between Anakin, Obi-Wan and Dooku. The first time that these three were together in a room, like in Attack of the Clones. So since Attack of the Clones, this was the first time, and then they chased Dooku down, and this was a very silly chase. And I think this chase or this confrontation in general should be more serious, because we need to have the feeling that if they kill him, if they capture him, this war likely will end, and that the history of the Clone Wars, the history of the entire galaxy, will change dramatically, because Count Dooku plays a so important role in the next 2 and 3 years. And that's why I didn't like that this episode was completely funny and silly, and I think it should have and I think this episode should be a bit more serious in 1 or 2 scenes. But the introduction from Hondo Ohnaka to the Star Wars universe was really epic. This was really cool, and although the pirates, the Weequay, are a bit silly and dumb as well, they are also competent, and they have a competent leader. I mean, they took on 2 times Sith. Like we had this in this episode where they were able to capture Dooku, and also in season 5, in the first episode, the pirates were able to defeat Maul and Savage. So this should really be been highlighted. And overall, I really liked this episode, but with a few changes, I could have liked this episode even more. And we go on with Brain Invaders, the 8th episode of season 2, so the chronological next episode to Legacy of Terror. And this episode gives me what I'm talking about. It's really, really dark sometimes, and it deals with some dark topic as well. I mean, the episode is about Geonosian worms can get into the nose and then control you, and it's really, really terrifying, to be honest. I mean it's terrifying. And this in season 2 again, Clone Wars as a kid show, and I find this 4-part Geonosis arc in season 2 extremely good. We have from the 5th episode to the 8th, and in the 5th we have this extremely nice battle. It's so cool, it's so epic, and I really like it. It's one of my favorite episodes of all time, because the battle was so damn cool. In the 6th episode, so the 2nd of this arc, we got really deep into the relationship between Ahsoka and Barriss, and the Barriss is firstly introduced in the Clone Wars, and this was really interesting. So the characters really stood out. Then we had Legacy of Terror, a very funny and really cool episode where the chemistry of the characters was really, really just funny and just cool. And now we had the 8th episode, Brain Invader, where it gets really, really dark. And I liked so much the lightsaber duel between Ahsoka and Barriss, because you can see it's not the same thing like when Anakin or Obi-Wan are clashing sabers with Ventress. So they are still learning and they are still improving, and so the technique is not even quite perfect. So, but it's with the music, with the general tone of the episode, it's just a really good scene, this lightsaber duel. And I also like that Ahsoka especially clashed her sabers with Barriss, because they eventually did this again in season 5. And yeah, I really like this episode. What my small criticism is, I think they could have take more interesting clones, or they just could have make them more interesting, because we were introduced to some random clones we never saw before, and then they tried to assassinate them and they tried to harm them, and so this is really brutal. But if we knew like how the relationship was between Ahsoka and the 501st Troopers, I mean, of course, when Rex would be infected, or like when Dinal were infected, if he were still alive at this point, or Echo and Fives could be there, and yeah, or you just introduce those clones in episode 5 of season 2. So it would be cool to have a bit more continuity. So you introduce these clones in the second battle of Geonosis. So Ahsoka fights alongside them, and yeah, on the wall at Geonosis. This episode is called Landing at Point Wayne. In this episode, they should have introduced them. Then they appear again in episode 6 and episode 7 of season 2, and we get and then it would be more interesting. It would be more dramatic. So that was a bit of a shame, because this episode could have been so much cooler, but it also was extremely good, and I really liked it. Yeah. So yeah, moving on to the next episode, we have Senate Spy, the 4th episode of season 2, and this is an episode that is really underrated, I think, and it's yeah, not many people are talking about this episode. And this episode was Clovis appeared for the first time, and this episode was the foundation why the Geonosian arc I talked about so much recently existed, because Padme finds a holomap, and yeah, she discovered that the Separatists are producing millions and billions of battle droids at Geonosis, and that's why the Jedi decide to rush the planet with an extremely big armada, also called that not only Venators but Acclamators too appeared in the battle, but we get on this later in the video. And so this episode had a really important impact. So yeah, I think these episodes where the topic is like the senators and the Senate and the politics are really underrated. I talked about that the episodes where Onakanda Far died and Padme is trying to convince the Senate to spend the money not on the war. This arc is the most underrated arc of complete Clone Wars, and also it is that at the end of this arc where Onakanda Far died at the 15th episode of season 2, also another senator, Medici, died, And that's the reason the Umbarans who were in the Senate, who were with the Republic, changed the side and went to the Separatists to join them. And that's why the Battle of Umbara, one of our favorite battles of all time in Star Wars history, existed. So the Senate episodes are not only very good, but they are also extremely important because they lay the foundation about what happens. Like this episode lays the foundation for the second battle of Geonosis, and the other episode in season 2, on Akanafar died, lays the foundation why the Battle of Umbara started in the first place. And you can see the bigger picture as well if you think like this. The Clone Wars started in the first place because of the politics in Attack of the Clones, and the situation in Attack of the Clones was originally why, because of the politics in the Phantom Menace, and that's really important to see that. And also Lord Dot, the senator from the Tate Federation, we talked about politics in the Phantom Menace, he also appeared in the Phantom Menace, and she said, obligation, there's no proof when Amidala were presenting her speech to the Senate, where she claimed that her people are killed by the Trade Federation, and because Lord Dot interfered, and because Lord Dot just resisted to those allegations, the final battle of Naboo started in the first place. So also I really like how Lord Dot was written, and Lord Dot was also a very important figure in the Clone Wars era, and he appeared here in this episode, and I really liked him. Also Porgal appeared, and I just in general like this when second class villains appear, or third class even, like when not always Dooku, Sidious, Grievous, those three, but villains from second class, like Lord Dot, like Admiral Trench, like Porgal, like Wat Tambor. And because of this, I really like that in season 7 they bring back Admiral Trench, they brought back Wat Tambor, villains from the second class, and not did again Dooku, again Grievous. So I really liked that. And so I really liked this episode, and it's also, I talked about that the intimate moments between Anakin and Padme are a bit too rare in the Clone Wars, and this episode is also very, very important to the relationship of them, because Anakin, of course, gets very jealous. And so I like this episode a lot. And fun fact, not a single shot, not a single grenade goes off in this episode. No lightsabers, no blasters, no explosions, and that in a show that has war in his title. So this should be said. Also should be said that the visuals are not that great. Like it's silly because in this episode I didn't like the visuals that much, but in the following episode, Landing at Point Rain, where the second battle of Geonosis was, I loved the visuals. So that's a bit strange, but it's alright. I really liked the episode. So we go on with place 95, episode 6 of season 5, The Gathering. And this was the first episode where the younglings appeared, and the youngling arc with Ahsoka and with Genodi, Petro, Genodi, Katuni, and Gungan appeared. I mean, I know how many people love this episode, and I think that maybe some people wonder, like, how are 94 episodes better than this. And I was wondering as well, and I mean, you guys surely noticed, like, I talked so much good about the last 3 or 4 episodes, and I really liked them, and I rewatched them all the time. But again, I said it a couple of times, but this shows the true quality of the Clone Wars, and the Clone Wars is just great. That's why I'm sitting here below for Clone Wars posters and talk so much about this series. So, this episode was really cool. I just liked the intro very much. The intro is extremely cool because we got also Zillo watching over them when they perform some kind of dance, and really cool, and just it's refreshing to see new characters, completely new characters, interact with each other, and yeah, there's so much. There was so much said about this arc in general on this video and on YouTube in general. So I don't really know what to add because I really like this episode. I don't have any real negative points, but I didn't like this episode extremely much because it was really cool. It was really good. Also Yoda appeared, that was cool, that we saw Yoda apart from sitting in the council on Coruscant and talking some shit. Yeah, I found that Yoda should have taken a more active role in the Clone Wars. Not that he should participate all in the battles, but he appeared heavily in the first episode, Ambush, where he was on Toydoria, and on the last 3 episodes of season 6, where he had his own arc. And I thought like maybe he should have been more the focus of a few episodes. He could have gone anywhere to, I don't know, Kashyyyk and negotiated a peace between the Wookiees and the Trandoshians, and then we got the explanation why he has so good relations with the Wookiees, something like that. He shouldn't always fight in the battle lines. That's not what I want, but a bit more Yoda content would have been cool. But yeah. So place 94 goes to The Assassin, the 7th episode of season 3. And here again, the visuals not so good, and yeah, what's the plot? The plot is that Ahsoka has a vision where Padme was killed, and later it turns out Aura Singh was the assassin. All of this happened on the peace living world of Alderaan. And yeah, I really liked this episode because it was a so nice callback to Revenge of the Sith, and the scene where Yoda first appeared in Revenge of the Sith. He talked with Anakin about premonitions you say, and here we saw the difference how Ahsoka and how Anakin act when they have visions, and we also see in this Clone Wars episode where it's lead when you do the right thing after you saw the visions, and when you do the wrong thing after you saw these visions. And yeah, what you do when you act wrong after these visions, like Revenge of the Sith is about this. And so this is a cool detail. It's it's just cool to have these callbacks to the prequel movies, and I really like Aura Singh as a character, and I think she doesn't got very much attention because she didn't appear in season 4 and season 5 and season 6 and season 7. So people are just forgetting about her. Then she was name dropped in Solo, only to be confirmed dead. And yeah, so that's a bit of a shame. I think they could have done more with the character, but I was glad that this episode was made, and I kind of enjoyed it. I also liked that Bale was there, and of course the relationship between Ahsoka and partner was so cute, was so cool to see. Also when they're hugging at the start of the episode, and when Ahsoka rushes in the night, and it was a false alarm, and Padme is not mad about this, and yeah, it was just a really cool episode and important to Ahsoka's character. So we go on with A Necessary Bond, episode 9 of season 5, and yeah, before the Assassin review, I talked about the first episode of the Youngling arc. Now I'm going to talk about the last episode of the Youngling arc. And yeah, so we had in this episode the interesting confrontation between Dooku and Hondo Ohnaka, because we also talked about Dooku captured and the Gungan general, the 2 episodes where Dooku was captured by Hondo Ohnaka, and this is actually the first time they interact again. So they didn't see them in season 2, 3 of 4, and that's the first meeting after this little incident. And Dooku is of course mad about him, he's still mad. And yeah, so the episode has this cool scene, and then we couldn't keep up the level, and yeah, you had Ahsoka arguing and trying to convince the pirates that they join forces, because of course Ahsoka and the younglings are captured by the pirates, and eventually they do team up, and then there's a chase, and yeah. So you guys noticed that I don't say so many positive things, but it's so high relatively in the list. So what is so good about this episode? And that's the final. The third act of this episode is really good, because we have some of my favorite lightsaber duels in the complete Clone Wars history. Ahsoka versus Grievous, because I really loved the music of this battle, and I loved the visuals, I loved the combination, all of this duel. And it's also so this fight scene says so much about Ahsoka's character, because she fights Grievous 2 times, one in the second worst episode of all time for me, Duel of the Droids. I talked about it at the beginning of the video, and Ahsoka was very arrogant at the time, and she was really annoying, and that's why the fans didn't like her at the start. And then she got a great character development. She got so many crazy good episodes where her character was developed. And I mean, episode like Lightsaber Lost, the 11th episode of season 2, I will talk about this later, because I like this episode even more than the previous episodes I talked about. And her character was really changed, and she really grown up, and now she didn't fight because she is arrogant or something, but she fights until the younglings are safe, until the time everyone, also Huyang and R2, are safe, and then she escaped, because she knows that Grievous is eventually too powerful for even her at this time. And yeah, And then, of course, Slave One is in this episode, and I think that every scene is improved by the pure presence of Slave One, by just the history of this ship, and it's so cool to see Slave One in a completely new design because it now belongs to Hondo in this part of the Clone Wars, and I really liked the ending of the episode where Hondo and Obi-Wan talked, and this was a funny scene because Hondo neglected that it wasn't his intention to kidnap a Jedi Star Cruiser, but he just wanted to help everything out, and Obi-Wan knows he's fooling around, and Cody is standing behind Obi-Wan, and Obi-Wan gives Cody a funny look, and that's cool. And then they are all in the middle and put their sabers down in the middle. The younglings, Ahsoka and Obi-Wan and Cody and Hu Yang are standing directly behind it, and they have nothing. They don't have a lightsaber. So they stand outside the circle. So a very cool ending, extremely good fight before that. So because of 2 or 3 extremely good scenes, the episode earned this place. So even better was Children of the Force, the 3rd episode of season 2, place 92. And this is the last episode of the Cad Bane arc. And I mean, the Cad Bane arc in season 2, where he was really introduced. I mean, he appeared in the last episode of season 1. I will talk about this episode soon. But his character was really introduced in these 3 episodes, and these 3 episodes. This is the foundation of why the character grows so much and why the character is getting so much love by the fan base, and very important. And we got at first this really interesting child chase where the Jedi are seeing through the Force, where the Cad Bane kidnapped children are, and one of them is in Naboo, I think, and the other at Rhodia, and so the Jedi travel there, and that's really cool aspect. And when the Jedi questioned Cad Bane, it was getting very brutal and very dark again, and his mind was really tortured, and you could see at the expression of Ahsoka's face that this isn't right, this is not the Jedi way. And I forgot to talk about a similar scene before in I think Brain Invaders. Brain Invaders. So 5 episodes after this, we got also the scene where Anakin questioned Poggle, but actually he just was torturing him. So I guess that this scene, I mean, most of you will know the scene where he chokes Poggle and he's like, I will never talk, and then he eventually does talk because he don't want to die. And I think why Anakin gets so brutal in this scene is because, of course, the life of his Padawan is at stake, and because the Jedi together tortured Cad Bane. So Anakin, Mace Windu, and Obi-Wan were doing it all together, and then he thought like, I don't know, when Mace Windu and Obi-Wan are doing this, I can do these torture methods. So this was the foundation. Also, you should add that it's really crazy how strong Cad Bane's mind is. I mean, Obi-Wan, Mace Windu, Anakin, these are one of the 3 most powerful Jedi at this time. And yeah, then again, like in many episodes before that, we have so many good moments, and then the episode couldn't keep up the level. But there's a really cool scene between Anakin and Chancellor Palpatine, and I really liked how Palpatine was showed in this episode, because he appeared in the one episode and he was really mean to Ahsoka, by the way. Then he talked after that to Anakin and is like, do you know who's behind it? And Anakin was like, no, I'm still figuring it out. And in the next scene he appeared as Darth Sidious, and Darth Sidious was really ruthless in this episode. So yeah, and I kind of liked also the action, that should be said. And yeah, also the beginning where Cad Bane was at the Venter and escaped, and Admiral Yularen is like, what's going on now? Because he was so annoyed because of the tactics from Anakin at the space battle of Devon in the episode before, so in the second episode of season 2. So yeah, I really liked the episode, and yeah, it was cool. It was really cool. The next episode on my list is Water War, the first episode of season 4 and the best episode from the Mancala arc, because I talked about the second and the third already, so here we go. And yeah, I just liked how the Mancala were introduced. I mean, there is a war going on here between the Mon Calamari and the Quarren people, and we saw the Quarren over and over again in the Clone Wars. I remember that when Ahsoka was searching for her lightsaber in the episode Lightsaber Lost, 11th episode of season 2, then she talked to a Quarren, and Quarren appeared over and over again in the whole Star Wars universe when something dark, something bad is going on. But I can't remember any Mon Calamari appear aside from this arc. So they were introduced well. I mean, yeah, they brought Akbar back, fan favorite. They brought us Prince and later King Lee Charles, Senator Tix, and this worked well. And I also liked how they explained why the Quarren were so unlucky and so desperate in this situation, because they wanted, after such a long period, Quarren leader again, and this request was denied. So war, a full front war. And all of this, of course, in the interest of Riff Tamsin and Count Dooku. So this was very well depicted and presented to us. I liked the visuals, I liked the first great battle and the speech that Captain Akbar gave to the Mon Calamari soldiers during the first battle. So yeah, I really liked this episode, and I thought it was a good start for a good arc. We go now into the top 90, and we're talking about the last episode of season 1, Hostage Crisis. As I said before, many people think that Cad Bane was introduced in the second season of the Clone Wars, but that's actually not true. He appeared here as well, but this episode, chronological, takes place way later. This episode takes place between the 8th episode and the 9th episode of season 3. Although it's in season 1, so it's very confusing, but it's just the way it is. And yeah, what did I like about this episode? I like very much, because we also got again some moments between Anakin and Padme, as I said many times before on this video, that it's important that we see some romantic stuff going on between these two. We also see kiss. Yeah, that's good. I think that's actually the only time they kiss in the entire series. And Anakin is really a charmer boy, and he gives her his lightsaber, and this is to prove how much he loves her. Very cute, but at the same time, very cool group of bounty hunters. Like there's IG unit, there is our Sing. I said, I think a few minutes ago, how much I liked her in the series, and of course Cad Bane as their leader. In the 8th episode of season 3 is explained why they do all this, because they first got the Senate plans from R2-D2 and C-3PO, and yeah, they want to create a hostage situation to trade Zillo, because Zillo, the Hutt, has some vital information dangerous for the Hutt Council, so the Hutt Council wants him to control him, so he is in their custody and not in the custody of the Republic. That's the origin of this episode, and yeah, they actually succeed, and Cad Bane ruthlessly kills also a senator in cold blood. So again, was a bit dark, but there was also some cool, funny action, because Anakin doesn't have his lightsaber because he gave it to Padme, and yeah, a lot of cool scenes. What I really liked is when the Coruscant Guard appeared, and one gunship with some shock troopers flew to the Chancellor, because all of the security protocols were overwritten by Cad Bane and his group, and so the Chancellor couldn't get out, and then a gunship flew there, and some Coruscant Guard trooper jumped through the window to secure the Chancellor. So I can remember 2 times this window in this room was broken. Firstly, in this scene where some Coruscant troopers flew and jumped right through this window, and between the fight from Darth Sidious and Mace Windu in episode 3. And yeah, back to the scene. We had also another gunship with Commander Fox and some elite shock troopers, and they prepared to fight Cad Bane and his bounty hunters, but Cad Bane managed to blackmail the Chancellor and to get away. Also, there's a very funny scene where Zillo gets released because he is traded against the life of the senators in the East Wing of the Senate district. And then he said, "Oh, it's so bright out here," and the clone next to him said, "Oh my god." And then there are a couple of interesting theories out there. Why did he say, "Oh my god"? Is there a god in the Star Wars universe, and who believes in God in the Star Wars universe, and why does this random clone trooper know of this? And I like to think that this "oh my god, why do you say this in the Star Wars universe" is a reference to the Martez gods. And there's the clones that worked with Jedi eventually knew about this, and that's why I don't know, they said, "Oh my god," kinda, yeah. So this could be the case. Yeah, but many things I liked about this episode, and I would say a 7 out of 10 still. So moving on with Shadow Warrior. Season 4, Episode 4. And again, we are on Naboo, and I liked all the Naboo episodes in the Clone Wars because I think it's cool to visit the planets that are featured in the prequel movies, like Mustafar, like Naboo, and see the Clone Wars version about it. What I forgot to say about the Children of the Force review, this was a couple of minutes ago, that I also liked, and that they were at Mustafar. Anakin, Ahsoka were at Mustafar, so yeah, that's pretty cool. And Mustafar in Clone Wars looks great, to be honest, and Naboo in Clone Wars looks great as well. And yeah, we have a pretty classic Clone Wars story. So there's a evil magician that poisoned the leader of the Gungans, and so he wants to fight against the Republic. And yeah, Padme and Anakin are sent to negotiate, and it's a pretty normal episode with some boring aspects, some interesting aspects. But why did the episode manage to be in top 90? This has two reasons. First of all, there is a phenomenal lightsaber duel here. I really liked how Anakin managed to stay alive for so long and fights 4 highly skilled Magna Guards. I really like Magna Guards in the Clone Wars because sometimes they are really strong and sometimes they are not. And the Count Dooku Magna Guards are always pretty strong, and especially when they are yellow. The yellow Count Dooku Guards, they are really strong because I just remember that they the Clone Wars movie had some Magna Guards from Count Dooku, and Ahsoka, as an absolute youngling, fights all 3 of them, but they were not yellow, so that doesn't count. The yellow Magna Guards, they are supreme, and the Naboo fight, the Gungan fight against General Grievous was also part of this episode. I really liked. I talked very early on in this video, the second episode I reviewed here on this video, I talked about how I disliked how the Clone Wars pictured General Grievous, because I think he was too weak here. But I liked him in this episode because like he was clearly outnumbered and he fought against an overwhelming count of Gungans, and I can imagine that even the 2003 version of General Grievous wouldn't win this fight. Maybe about, I don't know. So it's alright that he lost, and yeah, and a very sad sacrifice again in this episode. So a pretty classic episode, but with 2 very good episodes combined. Yeah, it managed to be place 89. I just noticed that the main protagonist of this episode wasn't in any other episode I ranked before. And I talk about Boba Fett now. And the first chronological episode he appeared in, and that would be Death Trap, the 20th episode of season 2. And I really liked this episode because we see Boba here with some clone cadets. He is undercover and he has a desire to kill Mace Windu because he, of course, murdered his father, Jango Fett. of course not father directly, but they really had a father-son connection. I mean, we all know this. The relationship between these two was really tight, and yeah, he killed him in front of his eyes, and he wants revenge. Not many people know actually that this storyline was originally planned for Revenge of the Sith, because Mace Windu of course died because of the actions of Palpatine and a bit of Anakin as well. And yeah, although many people want to believe that Mace Windu is still alive out there, I really don't like the idea. I think if something is dead, it should be staying dead, to be honest. And what do I mean? Like I really liked the death scene from Tech, and it was really hard for me and extremely sad, of course. And if he would show up again, yeah, I can't say I would enjoy it. But I have to say I am very glad that Darth Maul returns, but he's a Sith. It's a bit different, but yeah, I'm drifting. So Boba Fett appears, and yeah, it's very interesting to see him walking around these other clones. And as I was saying, the plot was originally planned for Revenge of the Sith, and there are many aspects of Revenge of the Sith, many concept art for Revenge of the Sith, or even Attack of the Clones that are used in the Clone Wars. And every time that unused concept art from the prequel trilogy is used in the Clone Wars, it's absolutely great. We have, for example, the design of Mother Talzin or Tibla. These designs were originally made for the prequel trilogy, and yeah, also those plot lines were really cool. And yeah, they decided that they wouldn't kill off Mace Windu by Boba Fett in the third movie, because Boba Fett is still too young. But they made a story where he tried that in the Clone Wars, and yeah, he has a really strong desire to kill Mace, and I think that all of us understands why he has it, and it's yeah, it's of course not legitimized, but it's yeah, it isn't like it comes from nothing. He murdered his father in cold blood, and yeah, I really like the relationship from Boba, or Lucky, how he calls himself, and the other clone cadets, and when they are stranded, and then the slave run appeared with Bosk and our Singh on board, and then Boba decided after a few seconds to leave those other cadets. And yeah, what makes this episode very good and very special is also the music, the Boba Fett theme. When the slave run is departing and clone cadets are drifting alone in space, this score is amazing. Also when Boba points a gun at a clone, so and the clone is, "What are you doing? You're my brother," or something like that. And he's like, "No, you're not my brother." And he's so dark, and it's incredible because he's still so young, and if he would smile, he even would look a bit cute, you know. And that's really intense, and this episode is really good. And yeah, this is also the first 8 out of 10, and I think, yeah, if you compare this episode to the previous episode, to Shadow Warrior, where some Gungans fight off Grievous. And this is the best scene, or Anakin versus Dooku lightsaber duel is the best scene, and that's why this episode is in the top 90. Yeah, that's also great, but we have so intense and deep character moments in this episode. This is another level, and that's why Shadow Warrior is a 7 out of 10, and Death Trap is an 8 out of 10. And yeah, I really had to be strict sometimes and not give every episode that I really liked a 10 out of 10, because I have just a feeling that so many episodes deserves it to be pointed out that much. And I mean, it's crazy. It's this episode is place 88, and this is clearly the worst half of this list. And I like this episode so much. It's sometimes a bit hard to rank these episodes, but yeah, that's it with this review. We go on with the 10th episode of season 1, Lair of Grievous. Here, yeah, I think I can easily draw the line between episodes that are 7 out of 10 and 8 out of 10, and I think that this episode was also, it's another level than episodes like Senate Spy, like Shadow Warrior, like Hostage Crisis. This is another level. These episodes are really, really good, and we have also so much sadness, so much brutality, so much epic fights overall. It's season 1, and yeah, the episode starts with a very interesting relationship between Nada Webb and Kit Fisto. And this is the episode we were introduced to Nada Webb. Although she appeared a few episodes in the intro, but this is the only really episode he appeared. And it's a very, very interesting trio here, because we got also Commander Phil and Nada Webb often wants to rush some things, and Nada Webb's also a bit arrogant, to be honest, and so these personalities clash often. And still is Kit Fisto the wise Jedi Master, who is also kind and who is also very strong in the Force. So he is actually the only one that managed to survive, because they were usually all dead, but Kit Fisto is really strong and really skilled with the lightsaber. And the plot is that this task force, I would say, is tasked with bringing Newt Gunray to justice, but they tricked them, and Count Dooku wants the Jedi anti-clones to fight Grievous because he wants to test him. And so this is clearly a trap, but Grievous managed to escape barely with his life in the first fight. Then he fights Nada Webb alone and kills him. This is, by the way, I said it before, the only time that Grievous kills a Jedi on screen ever. What is a bit disappointing, but it's cool that it happens at least one time. Yeah, then we had a really, really epic lightsaber duel between Kit Fisto and General Grievous. I think this was one of the best in, like, I don't know, the first 3 seasons, and I watched so often. So yeah, I really, really liked that episode, but the reaction, especially from Kit Fisto after Nada died, is really sad. So this episode had some emotions and some fight scenes. This was all pretty cool. So now we go on with a completely different type of episode, because we go to the soft war, 4th episode of season 5. And this episode is the 3rd episode of the Onderon arc, and I think you guys are well known to this arc, because it's the first big arc in season 5, and it's the arc where we were introduced to Saw Gerrera, and I think it's really crazy that Saw Gerrera is so important in the Star Wars galaxy by now. And he was introduced in 4 Clone Wars episode, and he was mentioned at the Siege of Mandalore once, and that's it. And also he had a really not much screen time in Rebels, but every time he appeared, it's something big is going on, and the episodes are really cool with him. And that's the case here. Of course, his sister Zillo Beast is still alive, and they are a cool combination, a good relationship. It's really well written. I wonder actually if they planned that Saw Gerrera appear as will take such an important role in the Star Wars universe when they first wrote his character in the Clone Wars. Yeah, and in this episode, the real King Dendab is to be executed, and they manage to rescue him, but some of their partisan fighters are killed, and Ahsoka is about to save them all, but the general, the military leader of the Onderon army is there to save them. So this was a really cool episode, also with some hard moments where everybody wants to save Saw, because Lux Monteri stood up and said, let's go, let's save him, and Sela said, no, we can't, we have to save the king, and it's more important to save the king than my own brother. That's a really hard, a very cold decision, but it's the right one. And yeah, so such an irony that this episode was called Soft War, because I don't know, maybe Cold War would be more appreciated to this episode, but Cold War would be, I don't know, too much of a history lesson vibe. So yeah, here we go with 8 out of 10 again. So now we have Defenders of Peace, an episode that comes quickly after Lair of Grievous, because this is the 14th episode of season 1, and this is the second part of the 2-episode arc where Aayla Secura, Ahsoka, Anakin, and Rex and Bly are stranded on a desert planet. And this planet is the home, the newly home from the Lorman people, who are peace-living people, and the Lorman has decided to go there to flee to this location, to this remote planet, because they don't want to be part in the war between the Separatists and the Republic. And we see here, although it's in the first season, the conflict, the galactic conflict, has inflicted so much in the galaxy, and there are so less safe havens in the galaxy left where the conflict is not present. And this points again out how brutal and how genius this plan was by Darth Sidious to take the complete control of the galaxy by inflicting this 3-year war where everybody is crying for help, and where everybody is dying, and so much destruction, so much chaos, so everybody just hopes for security and order, and then the Galactic Empire and this dictatorship is justified. So, yeah, it's really a cool plan by Darth Sidious. And in this episode, we have the lonely people, and yeah, eventually they can stay out of this conflict because there is coincidence CR99 landing, a separatist landing craft is landing at the location where they live, and they are testing a weapon, the defoliator, and this weapon is able to burn everything down in its way. And for those who don't remember, the defoliator actually appeared later on in the series, example in the episode where the Night Sisters were eliminated. Yeah, so cool origin story for this weapon, but not a cool situation for the German, because we now have Jedi, clones and separatists on the planet, and they didn't want any of this. And in the end, some of the Lermans decide to help the Jedi and fight the separatists. And yeah, this also means that they are giving away their ideals, because they are no longer neutral and peace living people. And yeah, that's really a shame and really interesting. This episode has some deep conversations, but also a very cool and classic battle. But yeah, with Ida Secura and Commander Bly, and it's refreshing to see some other Jedi. And it's really important that especially the first season, but also the second season, took some time and introduced us to Jedi like Ida Secura, like Luminara, like Ki-Adi-Mundi in the second season, like Shakti in the first season. And yeah, so it's important to give those background Jedi from the prequel trilogy some space. And yeah, we talked before this episode about the Onderon arc, so it's time to talk about Onderon again, because now we have frontrunners. And the third episode of season 5, and so the second episode of this arc. And in this episode, yeah, the rebels are really doing some terrorist activities. So it's really interesting that the Jedi are actively helping them, because yeah, it may be justified and it may be the right thing to do, but if you're attacking the security personnel on a planet, so, and yeah, I mean, they were really destroying pretty much in this episode and blasting around in open streets, and yeah, it's also dangerous for many civilians. And interesting is that the Jedi, so Ahsoka, Anakin and Obi-Wan, are okay with this and support us. And yeah, that's really interesting, because in the first episode, in the first scene of the Onderon arc, Yoda says something like, we can support terrorists, and if you want to stop some separatist leaders, you can't use fear and you can't use terror. And this is exactly that what they are doing in this episode. And also Obi-Wan is yeah, is okay with this. So really interesting, but it's also cool that they use the training that they had in the previous episode. So Rex especially trained these partisans, these rebels or terrorists, you can call them what you want, or freedom fighters. But Rex trained these how to destroy Droidica, and they use these techniques in this episode. So it's cool that especially the Underground arc is very good at the continuity, and yeah, here you learn this in the first episode, and then you use this, and then you learn that the civilians are not on your side. That's why you use another strategy, another method. So it's really cool to watch all those 4 episodes yeah, together. So after each other. So we continue on this video with a new hairstyle, and with the Zillo Beast Strikes Back. It's the 19th episode of season 2, and that's place 83, and I can't spoil you what's 82. That's the Zillo Beast. So the second episode is at the second place, and first episode it has the first place, and so I will review these 2 episodes together, because it really doesn't make any sense to do it like in any other way. And yeah, I really like this 2-episode arc, and it starts with the Battle of Malastare, a really cool battle. I really enjoyed it, and I liked the combination of Republic starfighters attacking, and I am a big fan of the arc 170, and then in the combination with the Y-Wings and so on against the hyenas, and it was so large, this battle. I think it was maybe the biggest battle from sheer forces that we have seen in the Clone Wars show. And of course we got battles like second Battle of Geonosis or Battle of Umbara or the attack on the Camino facilities, but we never saw so many troops at the same time fighting against each other. And yeah, in the aftermath of this battle, the Zillo Beast awakes, and it's a very interesting conflict here between the natives and the Jedi, and between the Jedi, because we have from the Order the Master Mace Windu and Anakin Skywalker, and these 2 clash against each other because they have a complete different ideology, and Mace Windu is more strict, Anakin Skywalker is more of a free will, and yeah, I said this in the episode R2 Come Home on my review on this episode, because yeah, this takes place actually 2 or 3 episodes after this arc, and in this episode R2 Come Home, they are stuck together on the Vanity Bridge waiting for rescue, and we see here definitely the connection, the relationship between these 2 giants is not really well. That's why we have many rhetorical fronts maybe, and the Zillo Beast is really cool actually, and it's really cool in this 2 episodes, and cool design, and yeah, I really liked how the Republic tried everything, and yeah, didn't succeed, and so many clones died brutally in this episode. And in the next, the Zillo Beast is transferred to Coruscant, and of course everything goes wrong, and the Zillo Beast attacks Coruscant. He is very brutal again, and Padme also, with her ideology, doesn't want the Chancellor to kill the Zillo Beast. And yeah, the Chancellor and the Zillo Beast, it's a very interesting topic, because the Zillo Beast kind of sensed that the Chancellor really disliked the Beast, and yeah, and then it's a question, because like Palpatine's life is for real threatened. What would happen if Palpatine was killed? What would happen to the Sith Order? would Count Dooku be the new Sith Master and say Ventress a new apprentice? And there's really great potential for a cool what if story. And but this doesn't happen, obviously, and the Zillo Beast is killed in a pretty sad scene. And after this final death of the Zillo Beast, um, Palpatine gave the Doctor the instruction to clone them. And what is going to happen with this plot line, we got our answer in the second season of The Bad Batch. So I really liked those episodes, and I rated the first episode a bit higher because I really liked the battle so much. But aside from this detail, I can't give any pros or cons to any of this episode. So this small but important for me detail decided that the Zillo Beast is place 82. And now we continue with the Holocron heist. Interesting is that we have the Cad Bane arc, and then chronological after the Cad Bane arc comes the Zillo Beast arc. So again, the Clone Wars episode list is very confusing, and it's very strange. And I mean, I talked a lot about the Cad Bane arc again. I talked about like he was really introduced in this episode, and although he appeared in the last episode of season 1, the hostage crisis, and I just liked the relationship between Cad Bane and Todo here. And I kind of said everything about this arc. And there were some criticism about the other 2 episodes of this arc, and I don't see any negative points here, and that's why pretty much is this episode the best from this arc. And this place 81, and starting with the top 80, we have Padawan Lost, the 22nd episode of season 3, and this is of course the episode Ahsoka is captured by Trandoshan and brought to this desert planet, to this remote planet. And here we have a very, very brutal episode, but it starts with a very classic scene, very classic battle scene. We have the Wolf Pack and the forces of the 501st Legion combined to take out an outpost at Fallujah. And I really, really liked this battle because it featured Comet Sinker Boost at Ahsoka's team, and we had also a group led by Plo Koon and Commander Wolf, and then of course Anakin Skywalker and Captain Rex. But I really liked this battle. It was really simple, I think, even with no casualties, I believe, on the side of the Republic. And cool to see the dwarf spider droids again. And Ahsoka is captured and brought to that terrible wood, to the terrible place there. And I said this about the following episode, about the 22nd episode. It's I could have liked these 2 episodes really, really much, but I didn't like the fight choreography. And but I have to say it's also really hard to see Khalifa, the other Jedi youngling, die, although she appeared at first in this episode. And so it's really brutal, and it's really hard to watch. But I didn't like these 2 episodes as much as others do. But I think it proved that I also did like the episode by putting it in the top 80 before the Zillo Beast, before the first Boba Fett episode. So yeah, 8 out of 10. We go on with Lightsaber Lost. And this is an Ahsoka story I really like, and this episode is really important for the early character development of Ahsoka. And it is that in a very casual situation again. I like in general that the Clone Wars often starts with a casual scene, casual battle, and then starts to have an amazing plot. We have this in the last episode, we have this in place 80. In Padawan Lost, we have the second Battle of Fallujah, that's great. And ironically, in the place 81, Holocron Heist, we have the first Battle of Fallujah. I've completely forgot to talk about this. And yeah, this was also a pretty damn cool fight scene, because we had again the wolf pack. We had not Comet Thinker Boost Wolf, but we had Warfrog, a very cool clone pilot. I also did a video on him and about Plo Koon Wolf Comet Thinker Boost as well. You guys can see I'm a fan of the wolf pack. So yeah, continue with the original review, Lightsaber Lost. We find that Ahsoka lost her lightsaber and teams up with a very old Jedi Master, Tera Zinub. I really love him and all his appearances in the Clone Wars. He appeared in, I think, 11 or 12 episodes of the Clone Wars, and of course in the Kenobi series. And yeah, I also did an all scenes video about him, so check it out if you are interested in this character. And Tera Zinub is very wise, but he kind of annoys Ahsoka because he's so because he's so old and he walks so slowly, and everything he does is so slowly. It's like with these creatures in Zumania, I don't know. And but eventually they managed to get everything done right, and everything resolves fine. But this episode has a very good message: to stay calm, to think, not to rush things. And this episode is really important for Ahsoka's character. So I just need to point out, although the action sequences, the chase sequences are not that great, but that's completely alright, because the plot is really very good. So the plot is good. What about the Mandalore plot? The 12th episode of season 2 plays 78, and this is the first episode. We got Mandalore, we got the Death Watch, we got Duchess Satine, and yeah, I'm really thankful for this episode, because this episode is the foundation of the first Satine arc. It's also the best episode from this arc, in my opinion. We got then Voyage of Temptation and the Duchess of Mandalore. Oh no, the Temptation episode is even better. I think it's not yet reviewed on this video, so it's the second best episode of this arc, and I'm really thankful for this episode, because this particular episode lays the foundation for this Mandalore arc, and the Mandalore arc lays the foundation for how we see Mandalore, how we see Satine, how we see the Death Watch, and all the Mandalorian splinter groups in the Clone Wars. And all this lays the foundation how we see those Mandalorians in Rebels, and these combined lays the foundation of the Mandalorian season 1, 2, 3. About all this. This is, for me personally, the start, and it's a really awesome episode. So I love the chemistry from Obi-Wan and Satine. I love the fight sequences. I love how they showed how damn strong the regular Mandalorian troopers are. So they were like 2-3 Mandalorian guys who ambushed Obi-Wan and they managed to defeat him. And that's really crazy. We got the first look of the Darksaber. So this needs to be pointed out. And also the first Darksaber lightsaber duel. And this was also very cool. We got romantic aspect, we got funny aspect, we got action aspects. And I really liked that episode. And why it's just the, I don't know, 78th place, it's because the other episodes are also so extremely good. The following episodes are really good, and some of them are extremely good. And it's about plot, to be honest, that the plot is kind of very casual again. We have so much cool things and so cool and important introductions, but the general plot is not better than the casual Clone Wars plot. And because also the visuals are not at the best, because it's still the second season. So this is in the worst second half, but don't get me wrong, I really like this episode and I'm really thankful. I'm sure you guys noticed it because a poster was missing in the last couple of reviews, and this is because I needed the little Revenge of the Sith poster for my The Dark Knight review, and because I compared The Dark Knight with The Batman and with Revenge of the Sith. So I wanted to hang the three posters together in the video, and then I forgot to bring it back. But now I have a new poster here, and I think this one is really cool. And so a new poster and a new episode. We go on with the third episode of season 7, and that's the third Bad Batch episode. It's called On the Wings of Coronadogs, something like this. And Echo is back. Echo was revived. Echo was saved by the Bad Batch and Captain Rex. And I really enjoyed this episode, and what I really liked is the special version of the Octopura droid. That were the things that were in the death scene of Ki-Adi-Mundi, or in the first Clone Wars battle, in the Clone Wars movie, the Battle of Christophsis. And so I really like the design because this is a completely new design. It was designed by the Techno Union, and I also talked about that I liked to bring Wat Tambor back in the 7th season, and I really liked all the protagonists and antagonists here. And there's not much to say aside from the fact that all of the three arcs in season 7 are very tied in on this review. We had the Ahsoka arc, all of the 4 episodes were like a 6 out of 10. And now we have the Bad Batch arc, little spoiler, all of these 4 episodes are 8 out of 10, and no surprise, the Siege of Mandalore arc all are rated with a 10 out of 10. So the single episodes are really close to each other in the arcs, but there's a significant difference between the quality of the arcs. But the third episode of season 7 is also 8 out of 10. And now we're gonna go on with the third episode of season 3. And this episode is a little bit famous because of the death of Ima-Gun-Di, and the heroic last stand of him and his clone battalion, the sad death of Captain Keeley as well. But I also really like the other part of this episode, where Jar Jar Binks and Bail Organa negotiated on Toydaria with the Toydarian king and with the Trade Federation. I think I said in every episode Lord Dot appeared that I liked his appearance, and this is also the case in this episode. And I really felt that also the Jar Jar Binks jokes were really working. This is by far the best Jar Jar appearance ever, in my opinion. And also when he is on the table and do some trick, that's cool. And then we move on to the epic last stand I was talking about. So we have many different emotions here. We have the Jedi Order failing to protect their own generals, and it's really cool to see all this happen in one episode. So really cool. So now we have the 4th episode of season 7, and I think you know it's the last Bad Batch episode, Unfinished Business, and I really enjoyed this battle, the battle for Anaxes, although it was sometimes a little bit dumb. I mean, when Mace Windu and Obi-Wan rush into this complex with a few clone troopers and fights them with no cover, that was a bit silly, and sometimes these battles, like with very less sense, happened in the first 2 or 3 seasons. But to have a battle in a season 7 with like not that much logic, it's rare. But yeah, I liked it nevertheless, because the visuals were very cool, and I liked how Mace Windu tried to negotiate a peaceful surrender of the droids. And the Bad Batch mission was cool, and also that Crosshair had his moment to show off, and Tech is a little bit mistrusting Echo, and Rex is defending him. And yes, cool character moments, cool action moments. I like this episode even more than the 3rd episode of this arc. And yeah, the topic remains. We stay in the Bad Batch arc now. The 2nd Bad Batch episode, the 2nd of season 7, is also the 2nd best in the arc. And what I really liked about this episode was it's, I think, the first scene when Padme and Anakin talk to each other. A very important scene, really important, because you could tell that she's pregnant already, and it's important to have these romantic moments between those two. And it's also really heartwarming to see how Padme cares about Rex, and Rex also knows everything about their relationship. And Obi-Wan shouldn't know all of this, and there are very funny moments here. There are very romantic moments, and also of course very sad moments, because the episode is called A Distant Echo, and they managed in the end to save Echo, but it's also really hard to see Echo that way. So we move on with the 9th episode of season 2, and that's just simply really cool episode. The episode is called Grievous Intrigue, and it starts with a very awesome lightsaber duel between D-Sqaud and General Grievous. And yeah, General Grievous managed to succeed with the help of his Magna Guards. And yeah, It's a bit of a shame that he didn't kill EXTREM in the end, in my opinion, because I think he should have killed a lot more Jedi than just Nadab Web. And furthermore, EXTREM didn't appear in Revenge of the Sith, so canonically he could have been killed off by Grievous. But yeah, and now we have a rescue operation with Anakin, Obi-Wan, and Adigalia, and I really liked this trio. I really liked to give some background Jedi's from the prequel trilogy, like Adigalia, some space in the Clone Wars, and she had really cool action scenes against the commander droids, and she had also a small lightsaber duel against General Grievous, her first one out of two against him. And yeah, so really fun episode. I mean, there was the scene where 212th clone punched Grievous, and Grievous also fought against Obi-Wan in this episode, so he had 3 lightsaber duels, not bad. And yeah, also tragic when 2 officers sacrificed themselves at the end of the battle. So yeah, it was just cool to watch, and you can watch it over and over again. Now we have a war on 2 fronts, the second episode of season 5, so the first episode of the Onderan arc. And this episode was really important because this episode introduced Saw Gerrera and the sister of him, Steela, of course, and also the Onderan partisans. These rebel fighters appeared later in the Bad Batch, and some of them are in Andor, and yeah, this entire group of people, like there are some that call them terrorists even, and this Underone movement is really important for the galaxy, because then we have the Saw Gerrera resistance cell in Rebels, in Andor, in Rogue One, and in the Bad Batch, and here to see the first steps of this cell, of this group, it's just great, because Rex teaches them some of the basic things you could learn in a combat situation, and because the character dynamic was really working here, and with Lux Panteri, someone who is more skilled with discussions and with words, and then on the contrast we have Saw Gerrera, who is not very skilled with giving speeches, although he does that in Fallen Order. And we have still Gerrera in the middle, and the teachers, so the Jedi and Rex, are trying to help them, and so it's really important, and this episode really lays down a really solid foundation for future appearances of these people. Yeah, I really thought it was great. Now we continue with Rising Malevolence, again an episode from season 1, and it's the second season, and so the first episode of the Malevolence arc, and this episode was incredibly good. Not because the visuals were okay, I guess, not because of the action or the chases, because yeah, that just wasn't the focus here, but because of the characters. We got Plo Koon, and this episode is the reason why I love Plo Koon, and this episode was again the foundation of future appearances of Plo Koon, and it was really important that the audience can connect to him, that the audience can feel for him, and not only Plo Koon was introduced, we also got Commander Wolf, Sinker, and Boost, and these 3 clones are also really important for me. I made all scenes video about all 4 of them, and these videos were one of the first videos in this category I ever made. So it was really important for me to give this characters some credits. And yeah, also the Malevolence, the Subjugator class. Yeah, it was a really cool design. It was really intimidating, really terrifying, and yeah, this episode was really, really, really cool. It was great. 8 out of 10. And we got the second episode of the season 1. Now we got the first episode, Ambush. And I think almost everybody loves this episode and it's like, yeah, this was a cool episode, it was the first episode, yeah, and then I watched Clone Wars, and I think that some people are forgetting how actually good this episode was. So it wasn't just fun, it wasn't just Yoda melting down some droids, and yeah, it was also him talking to the 3 clones, and this episode was really important for the audience to understand that although the clones are genetically the same, their spirit is also a little bit connected to the Force, although of course the clones can't use the Force, but their spirits are completely different. And we got Lieutenant Fire, later Commander Fire, we got Jack and Weiss, and although the 3 looked the same and they refused first to remove their helmets because they didn't see the point in that, they are completely different characters. What's very interesting is that, of course, Fire appeared in Revenge of the Sith, and he was tasked by the newly appointed Emperor Palpatine to find Yoda's body. So very interesting, the connection here. And I'm sorry for the cut. The camera was shutting down and I didn't notice, so I reviewed 20 episodes without noticing the camera wasn't filming. So a bit unlucky here and a lot of work, but happens. So we move on from the first episode to the chronological first episode, then, because Ambush, the recently reviewed episode, is not the chronological first episode. The chronological first episode is Cat and Mouse, the 16th episode of season 2. And yeah, I know that's very strange, but this episode and the 16th episode of season 1 both appeared to be chronological even before the Clone Wars movie. So you need to watch Attack of the Clones, then the Cat and Mouse episode, then the Hidden Enemy episode, and then the Clone Wars movie. So this is extremely confusing for every not die-hard fan. But this episode is really, really good, and it's also a very, very good start into the series. It doesn't matter if you start with Ambush or Cat and Mouse, because also Cat and Mouse is very good, because they presented so many different perspectives. We got the perspective of Admiral Yularen, a bit military perspective, I would say, and we understand why Yularen was sometimes pretty okay with Anakin and sometimes mad at him. I only say the space battle of Devrim, second episode of season 2. Cargo of Doom was the title, I think. And we also get, of course, the Jedi's perspective. But what's very interesting here, we got also the perspective of the villain. Admiral Strenght was introduced, and of course we know that the ship that the Republic is using is invincible, but Strenght doesn't know it, and we see him thinking, what's going on? There's something odd out here, and he's very good simply, and all these battle strategies, but we also see again the perspective of the clones. So the clones that are working under Anakin's command, and I imagine it's not always simple to fight alongside Anakin Skywalker. I just remember the vertical battle, so the Battle of Taff in the Clone Wars movie. I think the clones didn't enjoy it so much, but because we have so many different scenes, we have so cool action, and this is all great, and we got a real big nod to the Kenobi series and A New Hope, because this is the episode where the foundation lies for the Obi-Wan and Bail Organa connection, because Obi-Wan indirectly saves him. So also a very good start for the series. And we move on to Voyage of Temptation, 13th episode of season 2, and this would be one of the episodes that introduced Mandalore, Satine, the Death Watch. It's in the middle of this 3-episode arc, and it's for me clearly the best episode because we got so many emotions in this episode. We got really funny moments. I mean, how Satine and Obi-Wan are interacting with each other. It's really lovely and extremely funny to see that. And of course, the comedic duo between Anakin and Obi-Wan is great. I mean, I guess you all know the jokes that are around here. But also it's getting a bit philosophical, and the ideology of Satine is very well expressed in this episode. I mean, I just can remember the line that she remembered the time when the Jedi weren't generals but peacekeepers, and Anakin is a bit confused with this confrontation, and we have so interesting opinions here on the war, on pacifism, and yet in this episode is also a lot of cool action. The Royal Guards of Satine have some cool moments when they fight against B2 battle droids. And yeah, there are also some dark side moments here. I mean, in the final of this episode, Anakin ruthlessly and brutal murders Tal Merrick. And it's really interesting that judges Satine and Obi-Wan didn't want to kill him, and he has really absolutely no problem with it. Yeah, the foreshadowing is so often great in the Clone Wars about the future of Anakin Skywalker, and this is one of the many examples here. And overall, the episode was just great. So there's I can't say a single negative point. And again, it's the main reason why these episodes that are in the top 70, why are they just on for here at place 68? Because 67 episodes were even better, not because this particular episode has some problems. And we move on with another great episode, The Hidden Enemy. I talked about this episode recently when I reviewed Cat and Mouse. And this is chronological, the second episode. And we have here a great relationship building between Rex and Cody. I mean, Rex and Cody is a very iconic duo. And the episode that explored this relationship the most was this episode for me, and clearly this episode, not like Wookie's the 5th episode of season 1, where D-Sqaud is introduced, but this episode, because they have to find a traitor in their own ranks, a clone traitor. So this is something they didn't know could happen, I guess. A clone traitor, a clone that not only disobeyed orders but betrays the Grand Army of the Republic. And the traitor Slick, what's very interesting is that he appeared in the first battle, in the first scene of this episode. You have to notice that he is around Cody all the time. Very interesting detail here. But Slick also, again, has a very interesting ideology, and he thinks that the clones are slaves and they have to do everything the Jedi orders them to do. And when he confronts this facts, I would say, because he isn't wrong, he is really not wrong. And when he confronts the Jedi, the two Jedi, Anakin and Obi-Wan, and the two clones, Rex and Cody, with the truth, I would say, then Anakin and Obi-Wan really doesn't know what to say. And Rex is the one who said, yeah, but you can't put your brother's lives in danger. So he didn't say like, no, the Jedi aren't that bad, no, the Jedi have the authority, no, the Jedi are good, you are missing something here. He said, yeah, I can understand your opinion, bro, but it's completely extreme to just risk the lives of your brothers. That's insane, and that's also true. But it's really interesting that Rex didn't defend the Jedi here, and it's extremely interesting that Cody stands like this in the background. I never noticed his facial expressions during the scene until I did the Commander Cody All Scenes video. And because I was working so long on this video, I really got to know the character Cody so much better, and I really appreciate even more how well he was written, and the same goes for Rex. So incredibly good episode, and yeah, I would say like if this episode would be in Rebels, it would be clearly in the top 10. I mean, I love Rebels too. Really, I do like this series much, but this is really great quality here in this episode. I mean, if this episode were Resistance, it would be the first place. This is completely clear. Yeah, and I can say I give this episode an 8 out of 10. For me, this is the line here. I give at first the 9 out of 10. So we have 66 episodes left and we got only 9s and 10s. And that's really great. I love the series so much. 66 is of course a very interesting number here in the Star Wars universe. But we don't continue with Season 6, Episode 6, but Episode 5. An Old Friend. This was the episode where Clovis was reintroduced to the Clone Wars. I mean, of course, he appeared in the 4th season of Season 2, The Senate Spy. Then he appeared Season 3, 5, and 4, not a single second. And now he is here again. And yeah, I mean, when Clovis and Padme are doing something together, then Anakin is pissed off a lot. And a very interesting detail is that when Padme gets imprisoned and Anakin is sent there to get her out of prison, before we see his face in the scene, we see his shadow beyond Padme, and it's the shadow of Darth Vader. That's really cool, and I mean, I got here so many posters with Padme or with Darth Vader and with Star Wars because of the new Darth Vader comic series. So this is really interesting, and I love this detail, especially because I'm a big fan of the Darth Vader comic series, of all of them. And yeah, we got more dark side moments of him, even in the next episode, in the following, but I will talk about this later. And yeah, what was all else in this episode? Of course, Ambo and a really cool chase scene. And yeah, I also liked the Mune people. I thought that they were a bit too silly and too dumb in the original Clone Wars series. So I liked how they were depicted here. And we move on with Liberty on Ryloth. It's a bit odd that I don't know, the end of the episode is spoiled in the title of the episode, but alright, Ryloth gets liberated finally in this scene. I mean, there are 4 episodes that are that are I mean, there are 4 episodes about Ryloth, about the Battle of Ryloth. At first, Supply Lines, the 3rd episode of season 3, and then this 3 episode arc in season 1, at the end of season 1. And this episode was very good because it has Mace Windu as a main protagonist. That was really cool because he don't get to do that much in the entire Clone Wars series. He always sits there in his council seat and says something, and when he then has a main role, then it's like the 2 episodes in season 6 where he hangs out with Jar Jar at Bardota. But this episode really was working for him. I also liked that Commander Pons appeared. And the fight sequences were pretty cool, to be honest. Especially the scene on the bridge was extremely epic. Yeah, I didn't remember it to be that epic, to be honest. And yeah, also cool is Watambra. I always like when he shows up. That's why I was so relieved when I first heard that he will return in the 7th season of the Clone Wars. So yeah, I really like the episode. I don't have any negative points here. And yeah, that's not the same for the next episode, Pursuit of Peace, because there are some very classic and a bit lame chase situations here. The episode is not boring, but it's not that interesting in the first half, I would say. And it's really a normal episode. A bunch of senators are trying to do something, and I pointed out in earlier reviews why this isn't the case, why this is really important what they are doing. But this episode really gets so good because of the speech of Padme that she's given in the last scene, where she talks about that the Republic shouldn't spend all the money on the war effort, that they should spend people for that they should spend money for the people. And she has the example of Tekla now, a servant of hers, and that's really emotional. And the scene is really well written and well executed, because we are not only in the Senate, but we see other people walking around when the speech is published everywhere on Coruscant. So this is a really strong moment, and it's really great. It's one of the best speeches, and it reminds me of the speech when Mon Mothma declared the beginning of the rebellion, but I liked the partner speech even more. So yeah, I think it was my second favorite speech in Star Wars of all time. Of course, place number 1 goes to Palpatine. And now we continue with Fugitive. Yeah, Palpatine indeed he is. So in this episode, Fives is mostly on the run, and he proves that the inhibitor chips that all the clones have, as he discovered within the episode, and he thinks that the inhibitor chips are responsible for Top's behavior, because Top killed 2 episodes before the Jedi General Tiplar, and 1 episode before, in the 2nd episode of season 6, he died. So Top died, and in this episode at the end, they all decided on Camino that all of the evidence and files should be sent to the Chancellor, to Coruscant. And yeah, the episode was pretty cool. We got also oddball. An interesting fact here is that the first all scenes video I ever did, the first Saturday scenes video I ever did, was oddball, and there was missing this scene, this sequence from him at Camino, so I had to do a re-upload. But yeah, it was sometimes the case that the chase scenes are not that interesting, but the plot moves on, and that's really good because of all the 5s or the physics inhibitor arc is extremely good. This is just the weakest episode, but it's still very good. It's still a 9 out of 10. So yeah, we move on with Clone Cadets. And yeah, this is the chronological first episode 5's ever appeared in, but 5 is of course not the main protagonist here. It's Heavy, or it's in general the Domino Squad, and it's really interesting to see the complete Domino Squad, because I also like that they heavily featured droid bait and cut up in this scene, and this makes cut-ups a really random death, and the episode Wookie's a bit more tragic, to be honest, because we know him better, and yeah, of course the chemistry between all of the clones are extremely good, and it's just so it's so clear that that this episode is so important, because we learn something about them, and they learn something about each other, and it's yeah, it's just a great episode, and it's really cool that this training room with this cool memory was used again in the Bad Batch season 1 2 times, in the first episode and in the 15th. So that's really cool, and yeah, I so liked the episode. And now we move on to another 5's episode. Yeah, Conspiracy. That's the episode where Tap died. The 2nd episode of the season and this arc. And yeah, this episode was a little bit better because it was a bit more clearly, it was a bit more strict, where this episode is going. The other episode, Fugitive, was a bit more here a chase, there a chase, but so what's the end game here? And here it was to save Tap, and because this fails, the episode of course gets a bit more dramatic, and the death was also very sad. And yeah, I got to know the character Tap, the same with Cody. I get to know the character Tap more because I did the all scenes video on him, and I really liked the character more, and I felt more sorry after rewatching the Conspiracy episode again. So it's confirmed that this episode is a bit higher than Fugitive. And now we move on with Deception. In this episode, there's also a death, and it's also sad, but it's actually not a real one, because this is the 15th episode of season 4, and here we see the death of Obi-Wan Kenobi. And I mean, all of us must have known, okay, he can't really die, because we could see him, of course, in Revenge of the Sith, one episode in Rebels, and we got the Kenobi show, we got him in New Hope. That this can't be. And this is of course Deception, and yet it's still sad for me, because his death scene was well executed, and his funeral was really sad because Satine cried a lot, and we also saw that Padma was really sorry, and Ahsoka extremely worried for Alec because he looks like he got a really big step closer to fall to the dark side. So yeah, that's really an incredible episode because Anakin after the funeral got some other dark side moments. So this episode, it's weird that this episode is the weakest of this Obi-Wan disguised as a bounty hunter arc. But it's a great start for an absolutely great arc. So I'm very thankful they executed so well. So we got this amazing arc nobody asked for, but everyone wanted it. So, where are we? We are at Jedi Crash, the 13th episode of season 1. Maybe surprising to one or two. That episode from season 1 is that high in this video, but be aware there will be more season 1 content coming in the next couple of minutes, and this episode is really good because it got a fun battle at the start, the Battle of the Krell. I really liked it, especially because there were some battles in season 1 I really disliked. I talked about this in the first review I did here on this video, and yeah, this is completely another level. I liked the music, I liked the execution, I liked the B2 air droids, super battle droids, because some of them had a jetpack like in Battlefront 2, so cool. And yeah, so the plot is that Anakin, Ahsoka, Isla Secure, Commander Bly, Captain Rex, and 3 other clones are stranded on a remote planet in the aftermath of this battle, and they met with the Lerman people, and these are refugees because they want to live in peace. This is very pacifist. They are really a peace living people, and it's interesting that are not the same ideology like Satine, but another, and it's there are really some deep conversations here in this episode. We got with the Lerman leader and Isla Secura talking about philosophical question: when it is justified to kill in the name of peace? Is it ever justified to kill in the name of peace? Is this paradise? And because the topic of this episode was so incredibly interesting, I have to give this episode a high place in the list. And I think the episode was written by George Lucas' daughter, who was 16 at the time, so respect for that girl. Respect. This episode is strong. And we move on with also very strong episode, the 10th episode of season 6, The Lost One. And this is the only stand-alone episode in season 6. And that's great because there happens so much. We got the Wolfpack in the first scene, Wolfpack with all the crew members. We got Sinker, Comet, Wolf, and of course Plo Koon. And they discover the crash site from Cypher Diaz's death and also his lightsaber. And that's why the Jedi are to investigate. We got, because of this investigation, also the first and only scene with former Chancellor Valorum, who appeared before that in The Phantom Menace. And the Sith also noticed that, of course, because Yoda talked to Palpatine about this topic, and yeah, Palpatine, so should I say, Darth Sidious, is really unhappy with this ongoing investigation. So he forced choked Count Dooku, the light seers, away because he's on Coruscant, Count Dooku is on Serenno. This shows the true power of the later Emperor. And Dooku wants to fix things, goes to Obi-Wan, I think, the Pike Planet, and then there's a extremely well executed confrontation between Anakin and Obi-Wan and Count Dooku. This is the best lightsaber battle in the clones between these characters because, or maybe the best, the lightsaber duel between Anakin and Count Dooku in the 18th episode and the last episode of the Obi-Wan as bounty hunter arc is also extremely good. But I like this battle a lot, this lightsaber duel, because of Count Dooku's strategy. I mean, we saw it all in Revenge of the Sith at the battle from Anakin versus Obi-Wan. Anakin's always in the offensive, Obi-Wan always in the defensive. And Count Dooku knows that, and he uses that against the two Jedi and puts Anakin on the defensive and Obi-Wan on the offensive, and so he can easily keep up with the two, although they are the two, like one of the two the best duelists in the entire order. So there are not many Jedi who are so well fighting with the lightsaber as this duo. So really incredible, and an incredible good episode, 9 out of 10 again. And it's going on with Weapons Factory, 6th episode of season 2, so that would be the 2nd episode of the Geonosian arc. And I guess that many people didn't suspect this episode that high about Soul. So this episode is better ranked than so many extremely good episodes. But this episode is really good for itself. I mean, because Barriss, Offie, and Ahsoka Tano, the relationship between those characters is extremely good and extremely well explained and showed, because we see the difference between their two masters, we see the difference between those two Padawans, and we see how they get along well, and how the masters didn't go well so much like the Padawans, and the Padawans have this task to infiltrate the Geonosians and to plant a bomb there, but the plot is really not in the focus. And the battle is cool. I mean, with Commander Gree and the 41st Elite Corps, it's also cool. But the focus is the relationship and the chemistry of the characters, and that works extremely well. And I said before that Luminara is getting some hate in the internet, and I think it's a bit justified, to be honest, because we see in this episode how Luminara quickly gives up on her Padawan when it seemed that they both died, and she wanted to move on and do, I don't know, some other things, and Anakin was like, no, I will do this, I will do that, and I won't let them die. And this thinking and this sickiness actually was one of the reasons that they saved Ahsoka and Barriss. So really, these 4 Jedi were really cool depicted in this episode, and that's why this episode earned the place 57. 56 goes again to an episode from season 1, Storm over Wildlife, and here it's nearly the same thing. There was a battle going on, a very important battle, the space battle over Wildlife, but that's not the focus here. The focus is again the characters, and especially the character development of Ahsoka Tano, because Ahsoka Tano rushes in and wants to do her task, but then disobeyed orders. And the interesting part of this is that we, if we learn one thing from the Clone Wars and the Bad Batch, that disobeying orders is principle a good thing. Always when the clones are disobeying orders, or when Anakin disobeyed orders, or when the Bad Batch disobeyed orders, it is presented as it would be a good thing. Like, I mean, the highlight of this thinking is that even some of the clones tried to disobey Order 66, and eventually they did disobey Order 66 later on in the Bad Batch. So, and that's really heroic. So why isn't disobeying orders not good in this episode? And that's why, because this question was raised, it's really interesting and also a bit fun to watch, because at first it's really tragic, because not only some clone pilots die that we got to know a bit in this episode, but the entire crew of a Venator. So 10,000s of lives are lost because Ahsoka didn't hear and Ahsoka didn't want to follow orders from Anakin and Admiral Yularen. But then she apologized and she apologized again, and then she worked out a strategy that actually saved the day, destroyed the entire Separatist fleet, and yeah, this was a key moment to liberating wildlife, and very, very interesting. So, and I hope you can think with about some of the aspects I'm talking about here, and maybe we think and about this episode, and then you'll have a better opinion about this. A great opinion I have also about Cloak of Darkness, the 9th episode of season 1. Here is Ahsoka before her character development shows. She's still a bit arrogant. She's not grown up, just to put it that way. And she has to work with Luminara, who is also very, very difficult. I mean, I talked about this like 2 episodes ago. And yeah, that's a really interesting duo here. And they are confronted with Ventress. I mean, Assigned Ventress failed some of her tasks before. She failed several times in the Clone Wars movies. She failed also in the first episode of season 1, Ambush. She failed also in chronological before the Clone Wars movie and Ambush. In The Hidden Enemy, she failed her task. She fails all the time. So she had to succeed at some point, because otherwise Count Dooku just would kill her off. And this is it. This is here the situation. She actually succeeds, and she liberates Newt Gunray. Yeah, this was really interesting to see all this, because the character chemistry between Ahsoka and Luminara is very interesting, but all of the lightsaber duels were really incredibly good, and were really fun to watch, and such strong female lightsaber duels. I really liked it, and I think actually that this episode is underrated. Now we take a big step, because we move on from the first season to the last. And the first episode of season 1 is The Bad Batch, and that's place 54 right now, and it's for me clearly the best episode of the Bad Batch arc in the Clone Wars, because all the Bad Batch members were so well introduced to the audience, and what was really nice is that also Commander Cody appeared a lot, and that he was the one who introduced us to the Bad Batch, and Because of this, they had the opportunity to introduce Commander Cody in the Bad Batch series, what they eventually did with the third episode of season 2. And this is still my favorite episode from the Bad Batch of all time. So I'm really thankful for this, and I'm also thankful that they introduced all of the characters so well. This episode is the foundation for the arc in the Clone Wars, and this arc in the Clone Wars is the foundation for the Bad Batch series. And I think we needed that. I was a bit worried after the season 7 final if we will get any more animated series, and then they announced that they will produce a Bad Batch series. Not many fans were hyped of this because they didn't like the characters that much, and I was extremely happy because I knew that animated series in Star Wars are not over. And I mean, there are rumors about Darth Maul animated series between Solo Star Wars Story and Star Wars Rebels Season 2, because we see in Solo he is the leader of Crimson Dawn, and he's a really important role in the crime underworld families. And in Star Wars Rebels, there's nothing of this left. So what happens between there? And when we have series like Tales of the Jedi, like the Bad Batch, this opens the opportunity for so much important and, for my opinion, needed Star Wars content. So I owe this episode a lot, and I just can say it's really good, and it really has a little place in my Star Wars heart. And so I reviewed every episode of the Bad Batch arc, and this will be the case with the Underone arc as well. But here is the best episode, the last one. Tipping points, also a clear 9 out of 10 for me personally, and tipping points was clearly the best episode in this arc, because they had also such good emotions here. Incredible. They had an amazing battle going on with the HMP gunship droid from the Separatists. I loved the design and the sound and the fighting style of the HMP. I also did a video about the HMP, and so all of this really cool. And then some funny moments. I mean, Hondo Onaka had an appearance, and this just shows how much he appeared in season 5. This was really the Hondo season, to be honest, because he was the main protagonist in the first episode of season 5, Arrival. I will talk about it later. The Darth Maul episode, and then he was in the Underone arc. Then he was really important in the Youngling arc, and I think he appeared again somewhere. So never mind. He appeared a lot in season 5, and so a bit funny moments as well, where he tries to flirt with Steela, and Steela, that's the point. She died in this episode, and this was really sad. I mean, maybe funeral was sadder, and we saw the first step of Saul getting really radical and really extreme, because he doesn't take the death of his sister too good. So so much emotions. And what should be said about the great final of this episode arc is that when they are at Onderon, Obi-Wan said to Anakin, "This has been quite a journey for our Padawan." Very interesting that he didn't say for your Padawans, but for our. So really cool detail here. And we move on with the classic Anakin, Obi-Wan, Ahsoka story. I mean, the trio is just great. All of the trio stories of them are really great, and I talked about the Kidnap, 11th episode of season 4. And that's the first episode of the slavery arc. And I liked the other episodes obviously more because I haven't talked about them yet. But it's a good start. It's a really good start. We got dark side moments again with Anakin because he of course wants a slave in the Phantom Menace, and also cool action sequences, cool Ahsoka and Anakin moments. I mean, it's important. They have some good master apprentice moments, and they have it all, especially in this episode. And it's just fun, but also deep episode because the colonists, also a thief, is also a peace living world, a peace living people are disappeared and they are sent off to be slaves. And that's also a deep and hard topic, to be honest. And I continue now with Innocence of Wildlife, 20th episode of season 1. And I talked about the other Wildlife episodes already, and this is for me the best episode. In the first Wildlife episode we had very much Ahsoka, Anakin focus, and last the focus was on Mace Windu, and here it's on Obi-Wan, but Obi-Wan is not the exact point why I ranked this episode that high and why this episode is the best Wildlife episode for me. The reason is Rex and Boyle. These two are really great. The chemistry between them, the relationship is really well written and executed, and how they care about Numa, a Wildlife girl. And this is also so emotional, and it's so cool to see, and that it's going well in the end, and that's really really cool. And the death scene of Rex in the Carnage of Krell episode was really sad for me, and it was sad because of this episode, because in this episode I really fell in love with Rex especially, but also with Boyle. And Rex and Boyle, one of the coolest clone duos we ever saw. I haven't talked about some arcs, about the Umbara arc, about Siege of Mandalore, of any of the episodes that heavily featured Darth Maul or Savage Opress. And the reason for that is that these arcs are so incredibly good, and they are very late on this video because they are often in the top 10 or top 20. And now we begin with the top 15, and one of the arcs I don't have talked about yet is the Ahsoka arc. But not the Ahsoka arc from season 7, but from season 5, where she leaves the Jedi Order in the end. And I think you can guess what episode I'm talking about now. It's the first episode because the 17th episode, because that's a bit of a casual classic Clone Wars episode. I mean, Anakin and Ahsoka had a really normal investigation on there. It was also a deep topic because the Jedi Order, the Jedi Council, the Jedi Chambers were attacked, but they found the woman responsible, and then seemed that the episode and the plot was cleared out, and the other episodes are really more deep, really more emotional, really well executed and well written, and that's also the case here. But I think you just know in this episode, Savage Nest, it's the title, that this is just the beginning. This is the small foundation, and this episode don't want to crush the audience directly, but to prepare them. So this episode it's not hard to watch anything. And then the next episode we got the funeral, and then Ahsoka is on the run, is in prison. Fox tries to kill her, and all the clones are chasing her. And in the 19th episode, then Varys attacks her, wears lightsabers, and she's imprisoned by the Jedi Order. And then the climax, she leaves the Jedi Order. So it's the build up this episode. That's why it's not that good. But I can assure you, I think that the other 3 episodes are all in the top 20. I really admired them. So yeah, I can't wait to talk about them. But there are still some episodes to go. For example, Slaves of the Republic, the 12th episode of season 4, and the chronological next episode, 2 Kidnapped. I talked about this 2 or 3 episodes ago. And this episode was clearly a bit better. So it started a bit awkward, but also well executed, because Anakin has a bit strange flirt with the Zygerian queen. And interesting is, like, he flirts with the Zygerian queen like, you are the most beautiful thing I ever saw. And if Padme is like, I don't like Sam. I mean, you guys know the jokes, but it's still funny, I guess. And what also should be highlighted in this episode is the outfit from Ahsoka. Really tasty. But this episode, the plot of this episode is also very good, because we got at the end very, very cool scene and very cool throwback to Return of the Jedi, where Anakin does this and Luke later does this, and then lightsabers comes in, really, really, really cool action sequences. And it's not that dramatic as it gets in the last episode. I think title is Attack on Cadaver or something like this. But yeah, this arc is really, really, really good, and especially the second half of the last episode is extremely good. An arc I haven't talked about yet is the Citadel arc, and it's time to change it, because now, place 48, comes the Citadel, the first episode of this 3 episode arc. And I really liked this episode because we were introduced to this Citadel, how the Citadel operates, and to their evil commander, Osi Sobek. But I liked even more the scenes where the main protagonists are still on Coruscant, where Ahsoka is trying to get to the missions and Anakin is denying her, and then Ahsoka's talk with Plo Koon, and also we saw a very cool LAAT gunship in the background, the Banfer Poodoo, and I also made an all scenes video about this cool gunship. And and then the idea that they are bringing back the carbonizing freezing. I think this is a really cool callback to Empire Strikes Back, and makes sense if they had this technology back in the day, then they could have used it again. So I really liked this episode. I really liked the introduction of Even Peel. I wished that he appeared somewhere before this arc, but I said this before. But so a really good start for a really good arc. Let's stay with very good arcs, because now I'm going to talk about the Malevolence arc and the best episode, because now it's time for Shadow of Malevolence, and I really liked the characters here, because we had some cool clone pilots we never saw before. We had some cool Admiral Yularen moments, but also some naval officers, and Nala Se appeared in this episode. And yeah, from the villain side, we had classic Grievous and Dooku. So yeah, then we had some cool moments between the characters, but also a really cool battle going on. And what I really liked is that they included heavily a favorite starship for me. The camera went off again, but where was I? The Y-Wing is an incredible ship, and it's one of my favorite ships in the whole Star Wars galaxy. And I just loved also the sound of it in this particular episode. And I really liked the end battle. Like the climax was really well executed because we had such nice parallels to the end fight in A New Hope. But it wasn't like the same thing, I would say, that the Battle of at the Malevolence was more different and more wise than, I don't know, the attack on the Starkiller base. So it's not a criticism, it's a good thing for me here. And I also liked how Anakin's leadership was like good because it leads to success, but it wasn't good all the time, and he did some mistake during the battle, and he should consider himself lucky because he traveled alongside a very wise Jedi, Plo Koon, and with very heartwarming Jedi like Ahsoka. And yeah, in general, I really liked this episode, and I thought it was the best of the arc. But don't get me wrong, the episode where Plo Koon really was introduced was also extremely good. And yeah, continuing with another Citadel episode, and it's the middle episode. This is clear because the third and last episode, where even Peel died, where we had an incredible space battle and an epic rescue operation going on. This was clearly the best episode of this three episode arc, but I found it hard to decide is the first or the second episode better. But I decided the second is better because Tarkin is really good in this episode. Introduction with Tarkin really works here, and his conversations with all the Jedi, with a little bit even Peel, but also with Ahsoka, with Anakin, that is a really interesting aspect. And I read the Tarkin novel a bit, and Tarkin novel also goes a bit in that place because Tarkin and Anakin were, I guess, on the same page about the Clone Wars, and it's no wonder that the Tarkin and Darth Vader worked also pretty closely during the time of the Galactic Empire, and Tarkin expected that Vader actually was Anakin, and not because anyone told him, but because his own suspicion, because his own thinking led him to this theory. So Tarkin was really well explored, but I think, to be honest, that he was used too much lately. I mean, I liked all his appearances in the Clone Wars, and I liked some of his appearance in Rebels, but then he appeared so much in Bad Batch. He also appeared in Rogue One. This was great, to be honest, but I think it's too much in general. I think he appeared in too many episodes of animated series. Not because I don't like that in movie established characters are introduced in various animated shows. But with this character lies a bit of mystery, a bit of darkness, And because the origin of Tarkin are not explained, not explored in the series, it's strange that his screen time is yet so high, but we don't learn anything about him. He just appears. And so I think the potential with Tarkin was high, but it wasn't fully used. But in the Clone Wars, he really was a game changer. Moving on to a completely different story, a completely different episode of the Clone Wars, Brothers, the 22nd episode of the 4th season. And I really liked the 4th season. I think season 4 of the Clone Wars is the best Clone Wars season. I know many say it's 5th season or it's the 7th season, but the 5th and the 7th season, they all have so many episodes that are not really great. And if we look like logical at season 4, we have the first 6 episodes, and the first 6 are okay and good, and yeah, so it's alright. So we got the Mon Cala arc, 3 episodes, done pretty good. Naboo story with Grievous. Then we have 2 R2D2 C3PO stories with the Wolfpack. These episodes are okay, but after that 6th episode, every single episode of season 4 is absolutely great, really fantastic. We start with 4 episodes of Umbara. The Umbara arc is extremely good. I haven't ranked them yet, they haven't appeared in this ranking because they are so high. Then we got 3 slavery episodes. This arc was really good, especially the last episode, who's also to come in this video. After that, A Friend in Need, a standalone episode with Lux Valtteri, with Ahsoka, with the Death Watch, the introduction of Bo-Katan. Also, I haven't talked about this episode yet. Then, after that, 4 great episodes about Obi-Wan as he's disguising himself as a bounty hunter to prevent a plot that is to assassinate the Chancellor. Really great and really interesting and well executed. And then we have 4 episodes that goes into the Night Sister, Darth Maul, Savage. We have at first the episode Massacre, where the Night Sisters are all eliminated. Then we have the episode, I think it's called Bounty Hunters, where Ventress teams up with Boba Fett, with Highsinger, with Boss Lazarats. Such a cool combination of people, and they have a cool story, a cool plot, a cool mission. And then we have Brothers, the episode where Darth Maul finally returned, and where Savage Opress is really in the spotlight, and he is his character traits are really explored here. And then he finally finds him, and then he convinces him to come with, and then Revenge, where we see full hatred Maul, and really so great. We have extremely epic lightsaber duels in this episode. So this is the 4th season. This is absolutely great, and Brothers is really cool because the episode takes its time, because the episode doesn't rush into things, and we have people sensing that something is about to happen. I mean, Count Dooku sensed it, Anakin sensed it. That's just great, because although the plot in this episode moves a bit slow, it's never boring, not even the slightest, but you can feel there is something to come. And I also thought that like Dune Part 1 was really great, and here also the plot can be summarized in a few sentences, but still the movie was for me never boring, and the same goes here with the plot. So season 4 is really the shit, and we have so many episodes of season 4 still to come. The next episode is the second last episode of season 1. I talked also about this. Season 1 is underrated. Season 1 has the image that it's bad visuals and you can just skip it and start with season 3 or season 2. And I really disagree because we have now the episode Trespass, and this episode is so incredibly strong in his meaning. It's a story where the producers warns the audience about the consequences of colonialism. We have really a deep story. We have epic fight scenes, we have brutal fight scenes, brutal deaths, and we have an end that's really fitting to this, and an end that deserves it, and all the people that appear in this show. We have the Tals that lives on a desert and on a remote moon, and then we have some conquerors, some Pandorans that would like to wipe the Tals completely out, and the Tals are not well equipped, they don't have any technique, but they have skill, they have this anger, they have this reason, this real reason to fight, and they manage to slaughter many of the Pandorans and the clones. And it's also so interesting because Captain Rex is really badass in one sequence, and he kills many of the Tals, but you can feel the conflict within him because he doesn't want to fight him because he's not on the right side. And I also like that the clones didn't always fight for what it's right. Not only that the clones often fight for what's wrong after Order 66, but also in the Clone Wars there were many times in that area in that period where the clones did the wrong thing, and you could feel that Captain Rex was aware of it. So a great episode. And no time to stop because now is Bounty. So the episode is called Bounty, not Bounty Hunters. And I described a bit what's going on here, who is in this episode. And it's really cool to see Boba Fett when he's a bit older, when he's a bit, I guess, wiser, more competent. He is a leader of a really feared bounty hunter group, and many fans thought that this was the first appearance of him since 2 seasons, but that's actually wrong because he appeared in the Obi-Wan bounty hunter arc a few episodes before that. And one criticism that I have, it's like the continuity for the audience is not always very good, because like when you look at when are people in prison, so we have Boba Fett in prison in the Bounty Hunters arc and Bosk, and suddenly 4 episodes later they are not in prison, and there was a prison break during that scene. But we didn't saw that Boba Fett and Bosk escaped. So this would be a great moment to think ahead of yourself and like show the audience that Boba Fett and Bosk escaped from prison. And now many might argue like, it does make a bit sense because in the first episodes where Boba Fett appeared, he actually gets arrested. And the last episode of season 2, the Lethal Trackdown, an episode that's really great, and I will talk about it later. And there is the arresting from Bosk and Boba Fett. And we saw Boba Fett in season 3 and season 4 until this prison break. We didn't saw him, so the continuity makes partly sense. But we saw Bosk in the background of the Sphere of Influence episode. This is the 4th episode of season 3. And we saw Bosk there chilling at Jabba's palace, and well, escaped Bosk and Cat Bane again off screen, and Bosk must have been captured and imprisoned later off screen. So it would be cool if some of the producers would pay more attention to the continuity. I know it's something that most of you won't bother, but I would have liked if so it's not an error or something, but it would have been cool if somebody paid attention to it. But we also got a High Singer, C21 High Singer is absolute cool bounty hunter. Also, he is we got a famous droid bounty hunter before that. We got IG-88, we got also IG-11 later, but he is very different. He's a completely different role model, and he's just awesome and real badass. And also, I like that Ventress in the end of this episode does the right thing, and I mean, she had a really rough past, and that's hardly the correct words for it. I mean, she lost everyone and everything that she ever loved or ever had some interest in. But yeah, I really wished we saw the Ventress Kunin Wars arc in the Clone Wars. I mean, there's a book. I read the book also, and I really liked it. And when I read the pages, it was like reading the script of a Clone Wars episode. So this was really cool, but it's a shame that not that many people are aware what happens in the end with Ventress. But that's not the problem of this episode. In fact, the episode doesn't have any problems besides this little continuity error, but this still doesn't prevent the episode from being very good. So now we have also, I didn't say one word about this arc before. Altar of Martez, the 16th episode of season 3. It's the middle episode, and I really like this arc in general. I thought that this arc deals with so much things, and it's so important for the entire Star Wars galaxy, and that there was a great chance that they messed up with something. Like if there's so much at stake, you can easily do something wrong, and everyone will be mad for this for years. And they managed that. Really, I guess everyone loved this arc. And I mean, why is this now the lowest episode, so the weakest from the three? I guess because in the first Martez episode, things remained resolved. It seemed like everything just worked, and it seemed like a standalone episode. But it was like a little bit cheap that just they were traveling off-world, and the Sun decided to keep them there and attack them. And I think that could have happened in the episode before, because you thought like this is going to be a standalone episode, and you think next episode something completely different will happen, and that's not the case. And I don't like the feeling. It's like in the D-Sqaud arc, where they have a mission and they just have to travel to Coruscant, and that's where the first episode ends. And then we have 3 mostly boring episode, and the sad highlight of that was a sunny day in a void. So I guess I just don't have, or we have done not very good experiences with standalone episode that turns out to be a greater arc. But really, that's not a great criticism, and I really liked all of the episode, but the other two a little bit more. When I said how much I love season 4 of the Clones, I talked a little bit about A Friend in Need, and actually I did a review about this episode already, but it's in German and it's long ago, because I have this playlist called Mittwochs Marathon, and in there I have reviewed in 8 videos some important episodes in the Clone Wars, the Bad Batch, and Star Wars Rebels that are important for the Andor show, episodes that deals with some aspects of the politics in Star Wars and the manufraction and what is the politics of the separatists. And this is actually a topic that is starting the episode, because at first we see peace negotiations, and as I said in that review, it's a little bit frustrating because, as I said in my in a very good arc, the Senate arc, the 10th, 11th episode of season 3 and the 15th episode of season 2, where Padme held this great speech, and in this arc it's the ultimate goal that the Republic negotiates a peace with the separatists, and they didn't succeed. They didn't succeed at all, because furthermore, not only that the goal was not was not fulfilled, that also Honor Kandafar died, but here we have peace negotiations, and we don't know why there are now peace negotiations and weren't before, but that's alright. And I really liked this episode. I liked this peace negotiation. It was all only a small part of this episode, but I also liked the separatist senators, and especially Bill Laws. I speak about more, I guess, in the future, in the next reviews. Although he's not very popular and he's not well known, and he only appears in a few episodes of Clone Wars and not in the prequel trilogy, I think he's really cool, to be honest. And yeah, then we have a really fun adventure, really fun action sequences. We have a cool lightsaber duel between Ahsoka and Whistler, pre-Whistler, of course. And one really epic and brutal at the same time scene where Ahsoka beheaded 4 Mandalorians at the same time, and of course the slap from Bo-Katan to Ahsoka. So we continue with Voices, the 11th episode of season 6, and maybe some of you will know this is the first Yoda episode from this Yoda arc. Voices is a direct reference, of course, to Qui-Gon Jinn, because Qui-Gon Jinn talked to Yoda in this episode, and yeah, I really liked it. I guess some of you know that there's a deleted scene in Revenge of the Sith where Yoda talks to Qui-Gon Jinn, and we can guess that by the fact, because Yoda referenced this scene in the final version of the film, and the scene is also on the extras at Disney Plus. And I really liked that aspect that Qui-Gon Jinn could only talk, and he wasn't able to reveal himself, reveal his physical form through a Force ghost, because his training wasn't complete, and he sent Yoda to the Force priestess so he could fulfill what Qui-Gon could not. That's why I was pretty disturbed why Qui-Gon was suddenly shown as a Force ghost in the Kenobi series. And I don't like how the movies and in general, the Star Wars canon has treated Force Ghost since these Yoda episodes, because we had like Yoda in The Last Jedi, and he could physically hit Luke with his stab, and he could he could destroy the old Jedi books with lightning. So why doesn't he help in battle against the First Order? And I don't know. I don't really like The Last Jedi and the sequel trilogy at all. So yeah, this aside, but also, I mean, why did Anakin Skywalker appear as a Force Ghost in Return of the Jedi, and why did they change it? And yeah, there are some explanations, but I in general like really this Yoda arc and this Yoda mystery, and how Yoda becomes a Force Ghost. And so I didn't like when just anyone could be a Force Ghost. Why are Luke Skywalker and Leia Organa in the end of The Rise of Skywalker Force Ghosts? Why? Yeah. But I really liked it. I liked the journey that Yoda made, and this is really a very interesting and good start to a fabulous arc, and one of the best arcs in the Clone Wars. So we move on with the box, a completely different Clone Wars episode, the 17th of the 4th season. This is simply the episode in the Kenobi arc, where there are many, I guess 12 bounty hunters in the box, and there's a challenge, and yeah, only like 5 are surviving. And yeah, this is the 3rd episode of this Obi-Wan arc, and I really liked it. I really liked all the challenges and how it's getting more difficult to survive, and how Cad Bane and Reg Radin, so Obi-Wan, have to work together. Yeah, I can't say any about more, because yeah, I just liked it. I liked the action. I liked also the characters and the character diversity. I mean, Amber appeared again. Cool. So we stay with the topic bounty hunters, because now I'll talk about Lethal Trackdown, the last episode of season 2, and this is an extremely good episode, highly underrated. This is the 3rd and final episode of the Boba Fett arc in the 2nd season, and Plo Koon and Ahsoka are working together to find to find Boba Fett, because there was, of course, this situation, this assassination attempt from Boba at Mace Windu in the previous 2 episodes. So they had to investigate into character dynamic between Plo and Ahsoka. Really great, because Plo Koon is teaching Ahsoka in this episode some of the character traits that Anakin couldn't teach her, because we all know Anakin wasn't the perfect master, and he wasn't a perfect master for the apprentice Ahsoka. I mean, they get along very well, and they are a comedic and a really fun and cool duo. But he's also still very young. In this episode, Anakin is still 20 years old, and when I compare this to Obi-Wan, who was still a Padawan when he was 25, that's a big difference. And yeah, so I really like how this is going, and how they meet up with Aura Singh and with Boba Fett, and this fight sequence. I really liked how Plo Koon protects Ahsoka, but Ahsoka is also very skilled by that time. Of course, she's very skilled. I mean, she had more skilled enemies that she had defeated at this time than Boba Fett. So child Boba Fett. Yeah, I really think this episode, it's so heartwarming also to see Plo Koon and how he talks reasonable with Ahsoka, and it's one of my favorite Plo Koon episodes of all time. We go on with Crisis on Naboo, and this is the last episode of the Obi-Wan disguises as Rako Hardeen arc, and it's also the second best. I really like this episode because at the end of this episode, when everybody thought that the crisis was over, the real crisis began, and there was a very intense and very filled with dark side moments lightsaber duel between Dooku and Anakin. I believe this is my favorite Anakin Dooku lightsaber duel in the Clone Wars, and this was just really great. And but before that, the episode is moving a bit slow. There are some parts that are not so much interesting than the final of this episode. But that's alright. It's also cool to see all these Naboo aspects again: the Naboo Queen, the Naboo guards, Naboo in general feed. So that's all cool. That's alright, but yeah, could have been a bit better, but was still very good. Also 9 out of 10, like the other episodes before as well. And now we move on with The Rise of Clovis, the 6th episode of season 6. And I guess not that many people thought that this episode was so high in this ranking, and I think not all of you would give this episode or this arc in general a 9 out of 10. But I really liked the episode, and I mean, the most iconic scene from this is where Anakin beats the shit out of Clovis, and Clovis don't tells the guards, and the relationship between Anakin and Padme is really fracturing, and that's incredibly good. From the character relationships here are all so interesting. What's going on between Padme and Clovis? What's going on between Anakin and Clovis? What's going on between Padme and Anakin? And because it's not that clear that Padme and Anakin are all the time so happy together, and what is actually the great negative point in being in love in secret. So a really crazy episode, and this character and dynamic between Anakin and Padme, I see the relationship between those two much different since I watched this episode. So we move on from one dark side moment from Anakin to get to the another. So we have now Friends and Enemies, the 16th episode of season 4, and this is the best episode from the Obi-Wan arc, and it's not because Obi-Wan, not because of campaign, not because of moral or eval. I didn't like him that much, and he also appeared only in these 4 episodes, but because of Anakin and Ahsoka. How Anakin and Ahsoka, completely different, are moving on with their lives after the death of Obi-Wan. And then there's this incredible scene where Obi-Wan and Anakin fights, and Anakin wants to kill Obi-Wan because he thought that Rako Hardeen murdered Obi-Wan. So he's killing him for killing him. Really confusing, but it's the case, and so good visuals again. And also when Ahsoka meets up with Cad Bane again, I mean, You know, he tortured her in the second season at the start. So that's really great, and yeah, Cad is just such a skilled bounty hunter. He can text up easily with the Jedi, with the Chosen One, and that's crazy, and I love this episode. This long video continues with The Deserter, the 10th episode of season 2, and this is one of the best standalone episodes in the entire series, and I think it's the second best episode of season 2 in my opinion. And we have two different plots, both on the planet Seleucami, and we have Obi-Wan and the clones are looking for General Grievous, the one with the special haircut twice appears alongside Cody, of course. And then we have Rex, Hardcase, Jesse and Kix driving on their speeders, and Rex gets really injured. So I really worried about Rex, old boy, the first time I saw this episode. And he eventually meets Cut LaCrane, a clone deserter by pure coincidence. And then there are many really deep conversation about the sense in life, about free will as a clone, about what you want to do with your life, what do you want to do for your living. And I think that because of this deep philosophical questions that raised in Rex, he also acts like he eventually does in the Battle of Umbara, in the Umbara arc, where he asked, and this was the last line, what will we do? What will become of us clone troopers after this war ends? And this question was brutally answered by the Bad Batch series, where also Cut LaCrane appeared and feared for his life. And yeah, this is a really deep episode with also cool action, where a ATTE trooper shot down a rocket, but didn't manage to hit the Separatist shuttle. But never mind, it's about the conversations here. So, the next episode was also very deep. We have Overlords. This is the 15th episode of season 3, and of course the first Martez arc episode. And this episode is really great because it managed to introduce the audience to so many things that have and characters that have so much impact on the galaxy. We get to meet the son, the father, and the daughter. The son representing the dark side, the daughter the light side, and the father in the middle. And well, I will not start to talk about Love, the mother, who didn't appear in the Clone Wars series, but yeah, these three in combinations are just really interesting, and the visuals looks great, and the story is also so deep, and the question is he really the chosen one? And also the dynamic, of course, between the trio, Ahsoka, Anakin, Obi-Wan is really awesome, and I just loved this episode. This was really masterpiece, I would say. We go on with Monster, 2 episodes prior to Overlords, because this is the 13th episode of season 3, and we finally talk about the Ninth Sister arc. And I mean, this is place 32, so that's good. It's a good place for the worst and weakest episode of this arc. And yeah, of course I like this episode. It's again a 9 out of 10, and we are firstly introduced to Savage Opress. And as I said in the Brothers review before, I really like his character, and uh, this monster and this brother episode are the two episodes where the focus is really on Savage. I mean, in the previous episode, he didn't even appear. In the next episode, in the 14th episode, where there's this cool lightsaber duel where everybody is fighting Count Dooku versus Ventress versus Savage versus Anakin and Obi-Wan. Awesome. But the focus is only on 2 episodes, I'd say. Really on Savage, and yeah, these 2 episodes are really great, Brother and Monster. Yeah, it's cool that Brother and Monster are also the episode titles, but yeah, I liked the other episodes even more, and there are small details why I liked the other episode more. Like they had a very very cool lightsaber battle, and this isn't the case for Monsters, but in the end, it's a very hard decision if you have an extremely good arc to rank which episode is even better than the other. So there's no big criticism towards this episode. And the same goes for the next episode, Rookies. I talked about this episode quite a lot. And now the full review, the 5th episode ever, so the 5th episode of this season 1. And we have to say the visuals are not good. They are not that improved yet. It's a real difference to the Monster episode of season 3, where the visuals are great, and that's a real difference to, I don't know, season 6 or 7 of the Clone Wars, and that's again a difference to Bad Batch season 2. So the visuals are getting so improved that yeah, the completely old Clone Wars doesn't look good in comparison, but the plot is so extremely well that it's okay when the visuals are not so great, because we got introduced to our favorite clones ever. We got Rex and Cody as a duo. Of course, we saw them earlier. We saw them in the Clone Wars movie, chronological, also in the 16th episode of season 1. But we really got cool duo moments between these 2 officers, and we have, of course, Domino's got Heavy. We have Fives, Echo, and yeah, also cut up Droid, but not. I want to mention them also. Sergeant O'Nina was a cool character, but quickly killed off. And the sacrifice of Heavy it's just hits hard. Still, it still hits hard because it's so well executed. And yeah, I have to say that this episode is really the foundation why many fans love the clones. Yeah. Period. We start the top 30 with Crisis at the Heart, and I talked about great sacrifice of epic clone troopers with a cool minigun, and this is what happens here. We have here the famous Commander Thrawn Last Stand. And in general, this episode is really cool. It's the downfall of Clovis. It's the end of any Clovis partner relationship, because in the end Clovis died, and it's the restored relationship between Anakin and Padme. It's the epic space battle of Scipio, and we have so cool action scenes, really epic, and all of the scenes in the Senate are really great, and really well written and executed, and we have the plot going on just like the manipulator Palpatine wanted it. And it's crazy that in season 6 so many things are not ending well. We have the Order 66-5's arc, where everything in the end goes as Palpatine wants it, and I think the last words of this arc were like Palpatine saying, "Every day we grow closer and closer to victory. And the next arc, the Clovis arc, yeah, it is still exactly that what Palpatine wanted. He wanted complete control of the banks, and his dictatorship is one step closer, I see, to be the complete and loved dictator. What's really interesting is when he finally declared that he's gonna take control of the banks, of course Padme doesn't look too happy, but then we saw all the other centaurs cheering, but Mon Mothma with this position, very cool. And eventually also in the episode Lost, once the 10th episode of the season, everything goes like Palpatine wanted it. Only in the Yoda arc he didn't succeed with his evil schemes. So yeah, really epic. And also the death of Clovis was very well executed. Now, Escape from Cadaver. It's 13th episode of season 4, and I would say, directly, I could say that the first half, it's pretty solid. It's it's even a bit worse, I would say, than the other two slavery episodes. It's like a 8 out of 10. It's good. It's alright because the established characters are working well. We got another confrontation of Dooku and Anakin. I mean, this season is really full of Anakin Dooku battles. We have in the 4th episode on Naboo, we have it on the 13th episode now in the slavery arc, and then of course the epic battle again on Naboo in the 18th episode. So now first half is alright, and it's cool to see that the Queen of Siberia says in the last breath, you're also just a slave. But the second half of this episode is a 10 out of 10. It's crazy. The moment the Wolfpack arrives, when the Arquitans came out of Lightspeed, this is so cool. And just to see Wolf Sinker Comet have a real important job, and they are saving the civilians, they are saving the Togutas, and the Republic is doing so much good after the Battle of Umbara, where the Republic weren't legitimized to invade Umbara. Everybody, also including me, were rooting for the clones, but the clones were not on the right side of this, and I get to the bottom of this on my Umbara review. But here the clones are so helpful, and I'm so grateful for this episode. It's really relieving to see those scenes, and really great episode, and I really loved it. So we continue with the unknown, and I was talking about clones doing the right thing, doing the wrong thing, and in the first episode of season 6, Tab murders General Tipla, and this is the beginning of the great executed and of course written Order 665 inhibitor arc. Call it like you want. I call it a very good arc because all these episodes are really great. I mean, the second and third episodes are very good, but can't keep up with the level that was established in the first season, and even triumphed in the first episode, and even triumphed by the 4th episode. But that's alright, and it was very good in all the action sequences. The first battle was really cool. Then the fight where the super tactical droid, Kraken is his name, punched the Chosen, punched Anakin. Really cool. I learned recently that Kraken actually survived this, although his head was sliced by Anakin, and his same droid appeared over and over again in the 6th season. But yeah, that's alright. And so really cool also how Anakin, Rex and Fives are rooting really for Tab. So really an epic episode. Destiny is another episode from the Yoda arc, and I can tell you my thoughts about this Yoda arc, I was thinking that if I rate all of the Yoda episodes with a 9 out of 10, that wouldn't be fair, because this arc is a little bit better than a 9 out of 10. That's why I decided to give one of the 3 episodes a 10 out of 10. And I talked about the first episode already, voices, and then I decided I liked the last episode the most, but I really appreciate this episode as well. I'm talking about Destiny, the 12th episode of season 6, and we have these awesome visions where Yoda also sees Ahsoka. This is the one and only appearance of Ahsoka in the entire season 6, just for you to know. And it's visions of Order 66 and the attempt of Darth Sidious and Count Dooku to get into his mind and all these tricks. And yeah, I have to say, what's the one little detail, the one small reason why I voted the 13th episode, the last and third episode of this arc, a bit higher? It was the lightsaber duel. I'm a big fan of lightsaber duels. I mean, I'm a big fan of Star Wars, so it wouldn't make any sense to not like lightsaber duels, right? So we had a very cool lightsaber duel in the last episode, although it was just a vision and it wasn't real. It was very cool. So this episode is ahead of the others. So yeah, these are my thoughts about this. Now we get to an episode I really liked, and I really often talked about. I made a video about this episode in German, and I talked about a lot on this video, and it's heroes on both sides. I talked about that. This exact line is in the opening call of Revenge of the Sith, and yeah, so if you take a direct quote from this text, it has to mean that there's something important going on, and this episode changed how we see the Separatists forever, and it's changed dramatically, because we now have the first impression of a good Separatist. Mina Bonteri, she thinks she does the right thing, and she eventually does. And the Separatist parliament is very different to the Senate, but you couldn't argue that it's actually worse. I mean, yeah, the voting with aye and nay voice complaints. I mean, this is a bit awkward. Yeah, I agree, but like the one Separatist senator said, unlike the Republican, not ruled by corporations, and many are thinking that this is just wrong, because corporations are very important in the Separatist alliance, but the politics from the Separatists are split in two. We have the Separatist parliament, and the Separatist parliament is pretty much independent from these corporations, and they legitimize the corporations to be the leader in a war effort, and so the Separatists trust the corporation and Count Dooku to do the war effort, and the Count Dooku and the other leaders like Newt Gungan, like whatever, trust in Separatist parliament to do the politics at home. So that's the theory, and of course this doesn't work out, because the Separatist movement is actually quite noble in its course, but it's manipulated by the Sith, and the Sith are just pure evil, and the Sith brought all these corporations in there, so this system ultimately also failed. And yeah, why wasn't the Republic working? Why wasn't the Confederacy of Independent Systems working? Because the Sith undermined and infiltrated both fractions, and so they could create the Clone Wars. And one of the best episodes in this area is the General, the 8th episode of season 4. And who is the General? The General, of course, Quest. And this is the second episode of the Umbara arc. It's the first time I talk about the Umbara arc. And yeah, I really enjoyed this episode. I really liked this episode, and yeah, that's why it's place 25, and I thought that was amazing. How we start with this battle that wasn't finished in the previous episode, in the episode Darkness on Umbara, and then the Republic forces moved out, and then they were attacked by these gigantic worms, and they managed to defeat them by using the rocket launcher. But the next threat to the Grand Army of the Republic was this gigantic roboted tank, I don't know, the super tank, yeah? And the rocket launcher didn't work. So they come up with the plan that Hardcase and Fives, a really cool duo, infiltrate the enemy base and to steal the fighter. And yeah, I thought that the second half of the episode, the plot was sometimes too simple. Yeah, just go in there, steal some fighters, and I mean the episode after that, the 9th episode, so the third in the arc, showed how difficult it actually is to control the fighter, and it showed that Hardcase really don't know what he's doing when he's pulling the trigger, when he's launching a missile. So it's a bit strange and inconvenient that Hardcase and Fives flew perfectly intact, and that they hit only the enemy super tanks. But this is like, and this is a really small point. This is really I didn't dislike this episode more than I would have when this aspect wouldn't exist. I just want to explain why this episode is a bit weaker ranked than the others. Why the other episodes of the Umbara are even higher. And I really liked the darkness here when Rex executed an Umbaran. So this all was very epic, and I'm getting to the legitimized attack, and if it was legitimized at all, I get to that later. I'll get to that in the darkness on Umbara. And we go from the one great battle to another. We go and review the episode where the Battle of Kamino takes place. Arc Troopers 24th place, and it's the second episode of season 3. It was a good move to introduce really the Domino Squad in the first episode, episode 3, then a chronological. Next episode is the Wookiees episode. This episode is also extremely good. I talked about this in a few episodes ago. Yeah, it was place 31. And now we have the Battle of Kamino. And yeah, I mean, there is no exact plot here. I mean, it's just the Separatists and the clones fighting against each other, and Ventress is trying to steal the clone DNA code. But what is this episode about? It's just epic. We start with an epic space battle. I did a video about this, just for you to know. And then we start with an epic landing craft assault. We have epic battle here, epic sacrifice. We have not only 99 sacrifice, no, we have also the death of almost every member of the Ranker battalion. We see Havok die, and we see, of course, the extremely brutal death of Commander Cold, where he gets pushed to force into the lightsaber of South Rangers. So again, Clone Wars was a kid's film, and yeah, it was really great. And yeah, I think in addition to that, we saw 2 cool lightsaber duels. So yeah, this episode was really you can show this episode to someone who hasn't watched Clone Wars, and this is what the Clone Wars was, what the series represents. It's just cool action. So yeah, but I still give this episode a 9 out of 10. It's really close to a 10 out of 10. But I will rank now. I will review an episode that's pretty similar to that, and that's the first 10 out of 10 episode, because now we get to Landing at Point Rain. It's the 5th episode of season 2. Here takes place the second Battle of Geonosis, and I tell you why I love this episode a bit more, so that I can give this episode finally a 10 out of 10. I think there was a variety on clone troopers that's extreme, because of course we have 3 Jedi generals: Anakin Skywalker, Obi-Wan Kenobi, and Ki-Adi-Mundi, and they all bring their own battalions, and it's so cool that the 212, they have an extra design for this episode, and it's the only time this design is shown in the Clone Wars, aside from a few background scenes in the Grievous Intrigue episodes. This was like 4 episodes later. And so yeah, I am just overwhelmed because we got a battle, a combat situation in space, in the air, on the ground, and Commander Cody really stood out for the Grand Army of the Republic. I think Commander Cody really saved the day. And there's really cool video by Eckhart Letter, and he is the same with the same opinion, and he points out how under normal circumstances all would have gone pretty much wrong. And yeah, so again we have Rex and Boyle in this battle. We have so cool Obi-Wan moments, and yeah, you should think that all of the Jedi were shut down. Every gunship of Jedi were shut down, and that's crazy. I mean, Kenobi's gunship got blasted out of the sky, the same with Ki-Adi-Mundi, and with Anakin and Ahsoka's. And I really liked all the parts where the 212th was in the focus. All the 212th scenes are so incredibly good. Also the little chat from Kenobi and Cody before the battle, and yeah, it was just epic. Also the last heroic and really suicidal run through the Geonosian last defense. I mean, just go and watch this episode again. It was incredibly good. And we move from a very epic battle to a very epic battle to a very epic battle. We have now episode 7 of season 4, Darkness on Umbrella. And this episode was really a 10 out of 10, again, like the second Battle of Geonosis. And what I really liked is that in the first scene we saw some familiar faces. We got Cody, Rex, of course Kenobi, Anakin, Rex 5, but also Hardcase, Jesse, Tuck, and this, I don't know, like in this little strategy scene. And then the landing on Umbrella is so epic, because we got this great music in the Umbrella arc. Generally, the music by Kevin Kiner was incredibly good, and it was really made for these 4 episodes. And it's cool to see Hawk again, and how Hardcase yells at everything and blasts its way through with his minigun. And what's actually pretty funny is that in the Deserter in the episode, Hardcase also appeared, but he didn't have the similar character traits that made him a fan favorite in the Umbara episodes. So he's acting quite normal in the Deserter episode, but he's so cool in the Umbara arc, and it's it's so crazy. He only appeared really in 4 episodes. I also made a video about him, check it out if you want. And yeah, so really cool opening, and then Ponquel arrives and the music fades and it's just another tone suddenly, and you just feel as the audience that something is wrong and this isn't good. So really interesting. I wish they had shown Ponquel in some scenes before. I don't mean that he should have got any screen time, but I like it when I talked about earlier the continuity. Like I think it's also even Peel should have appeared before his Citadel arc. He never appeared in one of the council scenes, although he is a member of the council. Uh, this is really strange because in the first 3 seasons we got so many council scenes, and he appeared only in these 3 episodes. And the same goes for Ponquel. And I would have liked that maybe Ponquel was in the strategy room of the Jedi when Ivkov was tortured by General Grievous in the 9th season of episode 2, or he was chilling with the other Jedi at the last episode of season 3 when Ahsoka got back from her terrible incident where she was hunted. I mean, there were many Jedi like Ekaogi, Finn Atray. So anywhere, don't have to be a battle. But it's also no big deal, of course. His introduction worked also extremely well, and his character was so extremely geniusly well written. It's one of the most hated characters in whole Star Wars, and that's an achievement in that case. And I don't know what to say. It's a clear 10 out of 10, like the rest of the episodes for me personally. So I just go on with the next episode. Place 21. We got the 14th episode of season 3, and the title is Riches of the Mist. And this is the last episode of the 3-episode arc where Asajj Ventress is trying to get revenge on her former master, Count Dooku. And I pointed out in my reviews before that a tipping point why I give an episode like a 9 out of 10 instead of 8 or something like that is often the lightsaber duels, and this is exactly the case here, because this episode was filled with so much lightsaber content, so cool lightsaber duels, so cool fight choreographies. So I have to give this episode a 10 out of 10. And I like every single scene of this episode. When Savage is ruthless and murders everybody, and then it's even enough to march for Count Dooku and kills the king of Toydaria, and he's like, "You ignorant beast!" So that's really cool, and and you can really understand why everybody fights off the next one. And also it's remarkable that Ventress hold her own so long alone against Count Dooku. This was also cool when they fought in the hallway, and then when Savage was attacked by so much droids and droidicas as well. So really cool episode. It was just epic, really epic. So we start into the top 20th episode of season 3, and I got the same thoughts here with the Citadel arc like with the Yoda arc, because I thought, okay, these episodes are like a 9 out of 10, but I think they deserve more, but not all of the episodes are a 10 out of 10. So I give one of the episodes, the most well executed episode, a 10 out of 10. And in this case, it's clearly the last. And this episode is called Citadel Rescue. And I really liked this episode, not only because it got 2 or 3 epic scenes, well, this was the case, but the general level of the episode is really, really cool and it's really high. We got many cool scenes. I can start with the 2 or 3 most badass. When the Republic fleet arrived at Lola Sale, that was such an epic moment. I watched it over and over again. The score became kind of perfect, matches perfect, and it's just the sound of the Venatas. It's everything. It's the atmosphere and the importance of that scene and the previous scene, because in the scene before, all of the Venatas, I believe 4 or 5 Venatas, are jumping out of Lightspeed. In the scene before, even Peel died, and I have to say I didn't see that coming the first time. I mean, clear, he's one of the Jedi that appeared in episode 1 and 2 and didn't in episode 3. And this is a clear case when you say, oh, that's one of the Jedi we can kill off in the Clone Wars. But I mean, that wasn't the case with Jocasta Nu, that wasn't the case with D-Sqaud, that wasn't the case with Quinlan Voss. I know that Quinlan Voss appeared in his deleted scene. Oh, right, he was also mentioned, so they couldn't kill him off. Never mind that, but I was surprised and I didn't see that coming at that moment. And I mean, he was killed by an Uber, and I have to say I also like that, because you got the classic situations, clones and Jedi versus battle droids, but battle droids, no matter how many of them are, no matter how highly skilled they are, if you watch to, I don't know, commander droids, for example, but there are also other dangers for a Jedi, even for a highly trained Jedi like even people out there, even in the period of the Clone Wars. So this is a warning for all Jedi to not just look out for battle droids, but the other dangers as well. I mean, this aspect proceeds in the next episode, in the 21st episode, where Ahsoka, Anakin, and Plo Koon were originally going to fight some battle droids, but she then was captured by a Trandoshan. So the danger here was not the thousands, I mean, in that case it was just hundreds of battle droids, but it was the one Trandoshan. And in the case of Imperial, not the B1s on the I don't know, on the stab or the other droids, but it was this one Anuba. And yeah, so, but this is not the only thing, and this is not the only 2 scenes. Of course, at the end, epic music when they get finally rescued. We saw Plo Koon raising his hand with an epic one-liner, and what's also, in addition to that, cool is we got wolves and caboose in combat in the background of that, and then this music is great. But also scenes like Tarkin fights off the B1s on the stab. Stab is that thing you can drive in the air. You can also use it in Battlefront 2. Where Tarkin is fighting, blasting his way, and then the random clone officer is pushing him away, and he dies and saves Tarkin's life. And this is also a very big what if moment. What if he didn't do it, or what if he tried and didn't succeed? So very, very interesting. This whole episode, it's epic, it's sad. So yeah, and Cody appeared, Wolf appeared. So some of the favorite clones, also 5 of course. And yeah, and just an episode before that, Echo died. Of course, he didn't die completely, but everyone thought he died. So a very, very, very cool episode. And we go on with Ghosts of Martez. And this is the final 3rd episode of the Martez arc. And yeah, again, like a Citadel rescue. And yeah, I like this episode again. I like this entire arc, and yeah, I think it's really hard to rank the Mortis episodes and say like the one episode is better than the other because uh, it's the case with the Mortis episodes that the general tone of these episodes that is what makes them so special, and the tone and the atmosphere is not better in one episode or worse in the other. I said I didn't like the 16th episode, the second episode of the Mortis arc that much because he was the idea that it was a standalone episode was ripped apart, and I just liked the conclusion when Anakin killed finally the son, and the father and the son talked in their last moments, and then they all died and everything just ends. And yeah, this was just aspect I liked so much that I say this is the best episode of the three of them. And we go on with revival, and I believe this is the first first episode where Darth Maul is really the main protagonist. I mean, he appeared like in one of the Ahsoka episodes in the 8th episode of season 7, but I mean he was the main protagonist in one episode of season 4 and 4 episodes of season 5 and in 4 or 3 episodes of season 7. So yeah, this is actually the worst Darth Maul episode, and it's placed and it's the place where are we in 18. This is an incredible good place. So Darth Maul really did a great job for the Clone Wars. This has to be said. This episode, it's so weird to call it the worst Darth Maul episode because it was so great, and I really liked how the episode started with like casual Savage Darth Maul scenes in the opening intro. They are killing off Finn Atway and another unnamed Nikto Jedi. Then they're about to rob some money. Then killing off some droids, and then they go and try to hire some pirates. So and why do I say casual? I don't know. It doesn't feel that special, but it's also cool to see. I imagine this is like a normal day in their life at this time period, and that's really great. Also, we got lightsaber duel between those two brothers, and Darth Maul very easily wins. This was also cool, so he could prove he is really the master, and I guess this pushed his ego, and yeah. So then the whole situation with the pirates is very cool. And the Pirates Civil War, I didn't like this battle too much because I thought it was strange that like there were 50 pirates here, 50 pirates there running at each other. And yeah, so it wasn't that interesting. But luckily we got one of the coolest and best lightsaber duels in all the Clone Wars during that time. Adigalia and Obi-Wan versus Savage and Darth Maul. Also, I liked the scenes where Adigalia and Obi-Wan were talking to each other. They have a good connection, and yeah, they had a good connection because Savage brutally murders Adigalia after she really survived for a long time. It's like 2 minutes, but she survived some really good attacks from Savage, so he wasn't like fooling around here. And you need to see the whole picture. I mean, Savage is the same person who survived a pretty long time alone against Darth Sidious. So This is a compliment for Regalia, but nevertheless she died. And all of the scenes when Obi-Wan duels the two brothers alone is so incredible, really. When he is in the hallway and fights them together and he managed to cut off Savage's arm, and how he always hits his knee, and the knee finally breaks, and the soundtrack, the choreography, the lights, the visuals, so epic. This minute where Obi-Wan fights Darth Maul and Savage Opress alone, this is maybe, it's really in the top 5 place minutes of all Star Wars, really. And also remarkable, I said it before in my D-Sqaud Captured review, that it's really, really you should not underestimate Naka and his recreates, because they managed to really damage Maul and Savage. Yeah, a very cool episode. And there's only one reason why this episode is the weakest of all Darth Maul episodes, because the other Darth Maul episodes are so fucking good. So it's time to talk about the Ahsoka arc again. And by Ahsoka arc, I mean of course the Ahsoka arc in season 5. And I talk now about the 19th episode of season 5. This is the 3rd episode, and it also takes the 3rd place. The last place was of course Sabotage, the 1st episode of this arc, because this episode was a bit slowly and didn't have the full deep meaning and the full brutality and sadness of this arc. And this episode was meant to, prepare the audience for that what's coming. And yeah, the 19th episode, I can talk what's all great about them. It's everything is great, but there was one scene I didn't like that much. It's where Ventress and Ahsoka are fighting against Wolf and the Coruscant Guard, because the clones were definitely too weak in this scene. But the rest is just perfect. We had an extremely good lightsaber duel between Varys and Ahsoka, and I said before in the Brain Invaders review that I really liked how we see those two Jedi that are around the same age, roughly, battle themselves in season 2 and then again in season 5, and you can see the difference. And yeah, really interesting. But why I mean, it's kind of obvious that the last episode, the D-Sqaud, is the best episode of this arc. I mean, it's so emotional, so sad. But why the second episode is better, The Jedi Who Knew Too Much, is the title. I will talk about this later when the time is for this episode. But at first we go 3 episodes back and talk about the Lawless. And this is the 16th episode of season 5. And yeah, I can imagine that some people hardly disagree with that, because this is one of the best Clone Wars episodes rated on IMDb, and it's so well recommended in the Clone Wars community. And here it's only place 16. And here are 2 reasons for that. I mean, of course, I can at first talk what I really liked about this episode, but that's the same thing that everybody said. Like, the death of Satine was extremely sad, and before that, the confrontation, so the verbal confrontation with from Obi-Wan and Darth Maul was extremely good. I really loved that dialogue and that scene. I love all the edits that are in the internet about this scene, and a scene wouldn't be perfect if there wouldn't be perfect music, and this is the case. There is perfect music in this episode again, and the death scene of Satine has one of the best musical scores for a death in all of Star Wars. Fact. And of course, there is a lightsaber duel, one of the best, maybe even the best animated lightsaber duel, or at least one of the best animated lightsaber duels. I mean, there's the Ahsoka Maul lightsaber duel in season 7 and the Ahsoka Vader lightsaber duel in season 2 of Star Wars Rebels, but it's in the top 3. This Savage and Maul versus Palpatine, and the meaning of this lightsaber and the score of this lightsaber, the choreography. I would say the choreography of this lightsaber duel is clearly just epic, and the scenes that take part as parallel to this lightsaber duel are not in any case worse, because we have this ongoing, completely full escalated Mandalorian civil war and Bo-Katan, and then there's this image where Obi-Wan stands in Mandalorian armor with his blue lightsaber and watching all this terrible destruction. Really cool. But I thought that the episode had, like, I'd say out of, I don't know how long this episode exactly is, I guess 22-23 minutes, and out of these minutes 15 of them are completely epic, these scenes that I described, and the rest, the other remaining few minutes couldn't keep up with that level, and that's reasonable. It's of course, how could they? But that's why the episode is not that high on my list. And of course, the main reason why this episode is not like in the top 5 is because I like the other episode even more. And this The Lawless is a clear 10 out of 10. I didn't hesitate at that moment, and I didn't thought for a second that this episode is maybe a 9 out of 10. So just for you to know. And now we have Sacrifice, the last episode of season 6, and I really love this episode. And I mean, that's what I talked about over and over and again. I said it about the Martez arc, I said it about the Citadel arc, about the Yoda arc, and this is the Yoda arc that I decided to give one episode just 10 out of 10, because the entire arc just deserves it to be one time like in this highest category. And I decided that Sacrifice will have this honor and this cool lightsaber duel and this reveal on he's on that Sith planet, and to see Dooku in the other outfit, in this completely new Sith outfit, so cool, and the clone are fighting against Dooku in the city. So much of this episode is just brilliant, but I don't know what to say because, like, I guess everybody just knows the plot and everybody knows what's great about this episode, so I could tell you what isn't great about this episode, but there is nothing to tell. So I will move on with place 14, and this is Revenge, the last episode of season 4. Why do we have so much last episodes of seasons in the top of this ranking? And I can spoil you the season 5 and season 7 finally will be here as well. So Revenge was clearly extremely good, and I liked I mean, when we look at Darth Maul episodes, we got Revival, the first episode of season 5 at the bottom, then you have The Lawless, and for me, Revenge is clearly better than these two episodes, because Revenge depicted Maul as a character better. Maul was so ruthless, he had this yellow Sith eyes, and we just understood, oh, right, that's why he earned his yellow Sith eyes, and that's why Dooku hasn't got any yellow eyes, because this evil that Maul represents in this episode is really unmatched by Dooku, and this is crazy. So, and then the lightsaber duel was so cool. The dialogue between the lightsaber duels really good, and I think it's a great idea from the producer to include Ventress to fulfill this Ventress Savage plot that these two characters are still very mad at each other because they think that the other person just betrayed them, but it's not in the focus. It's clear that Darth Maul Obi-Wan is way more important, and so the focus is there. And yeah, to see Obi-Wan fight with a red blade and the shadow of this and the visuals again, the music again, it's so really incredible, and I love this episode so much. And so this was clearly the better Darth Maul episode. It was clearly better for me personally than the Lotus for Revival. So. Now we have Orders. Orders, the fourth episode of season 6 and the last episode of the Order 66-5 inhibitor arc. And yeah, I really liked the first half of this episode, and I really liked the scene where Palpatine gave 5 the Revenge of the Sith script, and 5 tried to assassinate the Chancellor. Very brave from 5. And I mean, yeah, I would say normally it would be a 9 out of 10, like the arc in general. I would give the arc, the 5's arc in general, a 9 out of 10. I mean, there were 2 8 out of 10 episodes, but the death scene was so sad, and it was so emotional, yeah, that to not give this episode a clear 10 out of 10 would be a crime, and it was just so sad for me, and I have to say I don't agree with the opinion that like Fox just followed orders and Fox couldn't help it and these and that. I think that Fox knew all about Palpatine and his secret Sith identity. That's what I believe, and so it's very interesting for me, because one of my most famous videos on YouTube is the Commander Fox video, and then I see so many comments of Commander Fox fans, because of course the fans of Commander Fox goes to the Commander Fox video, and this is on YouTube the only completely correct version, and it's in English, and so all of the Commander Fox fans goes there and comments on some stuff, and I understand the opinion just that he followed orders, but I just disagree, because I have the Five's perspective. I have the perspective of the clones who disobey orders, and that disobeying orders for clones is the right thing. That to rebel, to question things, that this is the right thing to do. So yeah, but really interesting always for me to see other opinions, and I really especially love when people with other opinions and with different opinions comment. And I generally like this most about the comment section, when there are discussions, and when the people think, I think that's true, or maybe that's an interesting theory. So yeah, I really love being in a comment section. I mean, if you guys are here on this channel, you know that I like almost immediately answer to all of the comments, because it's so interesting just. So keep up with that, you're doing great. And Yeah, I just go on. We get the 12th place. It's Massacre, the 19th episode of season 4. This is the episode where the Night Sister clan was completely eliminated. Again, a series that has one of the episodes focused the topic of genocide is not made for kids. And when in this episode there are also like creepy dead zombie creatures, I think I said enough about this whole clothes as a kid show topic, and I haven't said enough about this episode because I really liked how the Ventress arc is concluded here. So supposedly because she becomes a real Night Sister, and that would be, to be honest, a real cool and nice end for her, and I don't know, I would say satisfying end for her story, but Dooku didn't want this to happen, so he orders the Grievous to attack. We see many cool weapons here. I mean, the weapons of the Knights is really cool. It's also cool to see Martez in a battle scene. I mean, she fights sometimes people alone, like Mace Windu in the 60s, but to see her in a fight against multiple opponents, that's cool. We saw the Foliator, who was, of course, introduced in the Ahsoka episodes in season 1, and a really cool battle with a dramatic end. And Grievous really was a beast, and this was one of the few Grievous scenes I absolutely liked, and this is how I wanted to see Grievous. And I also liked the lightsaber duel between Ventress and Grievous. I thought it was cool to see like 6 lightsabers at the same time. I only remember that we see that when Ahsoka battles Grievous one season later. And yeah, that's about this episode. Of course, 10 out of 10. And the Jedi who knew too much is the next episode. Episode 18 of season 5, the second episode of the Ahsoka arc. And I really liked that there were so many emotions in this episode. We had at first the funeral. The funeral was really cool to see, because we not only saw so many Jedi, we also saw some senators, some admirals, and Yoda gave a warm speech. And yeah, then we got again Ahsoka Tarkin situation, and we know that these two are not really loving each other, and this increases in the next 2 episodes. And then Ahsoka is blamed for the death of Lethat. That's the assassin, that's the one who planted the bombs at the Jedi Temple. And yeah, it wasn't Ahsoka. I mean, that's obvious for the audience. But then she is imprisoned, and we got this extremely good scene, extremely intense scene when Anakin tries to get into the prison, and Commander Fox denied him, and we were like, oh, he will smash his head. And by the way, this is really canon, and this really happened. Like, I think 1.5 years later, Vader smashed Fox's head in a comic, in a Joe Castanew Darth Vader comic. So interesting note here. I think he was waiting for this because, of course, Anakin also had a strong bond to Rex and to Fives, and Commander Fox was the one who shot Fives. So this also maybe didn't help the relationship between Anakin and Fox. But there was also another time they saw each other in season 4 when Anakin delivered Waker ID to Fox. But I'm drifting away. This episode was really cool because we also saw like Fox attacking and shooting at Ahsoka, and this is this is really interesting. And the first scene when Ahsoka is discovered again by Fox, all the clones are using live round and are attempting to kill her. And this entire chase scene is, I think, the best chase scene in the complete Clone Wars series. Again, all appeared really cool, and yeah, so she eventually escaped, and the music was so good, and the image where she fell and landed on that freighter to the levels down Coruscant, really cool, really epic, and really heartbreaking already, although the real heartbreak is yet to come. Night Sisters is the 12th episode of season 3, and Night Sisters is also in the top 10 of this ranking. We are getting close to the finish line, and this episode started with a pretty classic battle, but a classic battle that I really liked, the Battle of Salas. I mean, we got a really cool confrontation between those Republic and Separatist dreadnoughts, and the Venator of Yularen gets destroyed in this battle. There are not many. I think the Resolute is the name, and I think many people don't know this, but it's the case. And then we have a scene that reminds me always from the Battle of Coruscant, where Anakin and Obi-Wan pursue some fighters in their Jedi Starfighter, and then they are targeted by Ventress, and they crash land into a Separatist Providence class, I think, and a very cool lightsaber duel is then to come. The best Ventress lightsaber duel with Anakin or Obi-Wan or both of them, and she's really strong in that scene because she just got the news that her master eventually betrayed her, and that her master wants to kill her because Dooku, her master, got orders from his master Darth Sidious to kill her because he was afraid that they eventually would team up and overthrow him. So to prove his loyalty, he has to kill her. That doesn't succeed, but all of the protagonists, all of the characters thinks she's dead, and while everyone thinks she's dead, she travels to Dathomir, and there we have a scene. First she's greeted by Mother Charleston, but we have a scene where all of her core memories, her most important memories are shown. And I mean, I don't have to reputate what happens there. Everybody knows what happens there, but this is just so heartbreaking. And I mean, there's always the question: is a villain in a movie or a series, is he pure evil, or is he or she broken? And in that case, it's clearly broken, and we didn't know that. And I mean, like in the season 1, I think you would have guessed she's just pure evil because she's evil. I mean, there's no reasons that we could see, and really beautiful scene. And then it's not over. It's not over at all, because Ventress and two Night Sisters are trying to kill Dooku, and Dooku can't see them, and Dooku is so incredibly strong in the Force, that's crazy. In his pajamas, he pretty easily fights them off. So really, I love this episode, and I think this episode really deserved to be in the top 10. And we go on with episode 9. This is Eminence. This is the 14th episode of season 5 and the first episode of the real Darth Maul arc. So this is the episode where Death Watch firstly met up with Maul, and yeah, I really loved everything that's going on here. And one of the main points here is that this episode could keep up the level. Like in many episodes, it's a case that there are so many extremely epic scenes, like in The Lawless, and then yeah, it's okay that the rest of the episode's not that great because there were so many epic scenes, but in the really good episodes of the Clone Wars, the level is constantly high. And that's the case with Eminence. The brothers Savage and Maul are found by the Death Watch, and they decided to team up together, and then they recruit the Black Sun by beheading every member of their council. And then the Pikes the Pikes are coming to them and joining them, and then they fight off the Hutts and make them to join them as well. And yeah, that's the situation. And I mean, this episode was so cool, and there happened so much, but we all knew at this point that that's still the beginning, and that's one of the reasons why the following episode, the chronological next episode, is even higher than Eminence. But before we talk so much about season 5, I mean, we have the Ahsoka arc and the Darth Maul arc here going on, it's time to talk about season 4 again and the Umbara arc, because Plan of Descent was also an extremely good episode. It was the 9th episode of season 4, and so the 3rd episode of this arc. And the episode, the really strong thing about this episode is that this episode had a really strong climax. I said about Eminence, it was great that the level was constantly high, but here is the level always growing, and that's always acceptable for me as well. I just don't like if you have like a really good scene, then the next few scenes couldn't keep up the level, then you have 3 extremely good scenes again, and then the next scene couldn't keep up the level, and then again a very good scene. So, but the climax is always a very good idea, especially when you have an epic and really sad sacrifice at the end of the episode, and that's the case here, because Hardcase sacrificed himself to destroy the DH Omni support vessel and eventually to destroy the supplies for the Umbaran soldiers. And yeah, I really liked the episode and where this was going, and there were very funny moments here as well, like when Hardcase blew up almost their own hangar by trying to fight this Umbaran starfighter. And yeah, I just like the chemistry between Fives and Jesse and Hardcase, but I also think, and that is maybe a bit controversial, because my favorite clone is not Rex. I think like 95% of the Star Wars fan base say their favorite clone is Rex, and I stand, of course. Why? Because he appeared so much and he had so cool moments, but from this character I really like Fives more, and I see that in the scenes when they disagree, and then I am always at the side of Fives. I'm always with the same opinion like Fives, and Fives is willing to go through with all this and suffer the consequences, and he's doing the right thing, and Rex is like of course he prevents that Dogma and Tab are going to tell Ponquel everything about this, but he also didn't really support this, and really I must say I like Fives more. And I like about the character Fives that we saw his first steps. He was a Wookie, he was a bit of incompetent, I'd say. And then he got a close friendship, he lost his friend Echo, and then he became such a skilled warrior, but he also he cared in every scene about the lives of his brothers, and this is so remarkable of him. And of course, the climax, the epic and tragic climax of his character development is his death, his character development, and he's one of the few remaining people in the galaxy who could have prevented all that is to come. In Revenge of the Sith, I would say there are like three main people who could prevent it, who had the chance to prevent it all. Like, of course, Anakin by not joining Sidious, then Fives and the Darth Maul maybe. Of course, the complete Jedi High Council if they acted a bit more. I don't know, reasonable and a bit more logical. This is it. So I really love Fives. I really love Jesse, and of course Hard Case as well. And we move on from the one extremely sad scene to the next, because now it's the time to talk about The Wrong Jedi. Last episode of season 5, last episode of the Ahsoka, last episode where Ahsoka was a Jedi. And I mean, the emotions are really there in this episode, and it was so sad when she was expelled from the Jedi Order. The scene was so well executed. I can't even find the words to describe this properly. I mean, I think when I talk now about these episodes, about the top 7, and there are not the correct and right words to describe how good these episodes are, how epic the quality is, how sad the scenes are, and how fun they are. So, but the fun part is, of course, in other episodes, not here in The Wrong Jedi. And yeah, it's also symbolic that Ki-Adi-Mundi is the one who tells that, who expelled her, and because Ki-Adi-Mundi is often wrong, and in this time he is wrong about Count Dooku, he's wrong about the return of the Sith, and I guess he's wrong about the opinions on luck as well. And yeah, I just think that it should also be said that Obi-Wan, he said some things to defend Ahsoka, but in the end, Obi-Wan didn't vote for Ahsoka to stay in the Jedi Order. The only Jedi in the council that voted for Ahsoka was Plo Koon. And this is reason enough to love and admire Plo Koon and Dave Filoni, because he's the one who made Plo Koon such a great character. And what's also incredibly good in this episode is the lightsaber duel, because I think this is one of the lightsaber duels in all of Star Wars where I could feel the emotions, where I was also angry, and I could so much feel with Anakin. So this was crazy. I really was like, yeah, hit her, and then choke her. Oh, it's not a Jedi, don't choke her. I was really, it's really intense to watch this scene, and it's so epic. The music, it just fits, and then the final scene where she decided to leave the order. It's really sad, and I had some tears in my eyes. I won't neglect that, and yeah, I really loved the episode. Place 6 goes to the 15th episode of season 5, and that would be Shades of Reason. I couldn't write my own handwriting here. And this is the second episode of the Darth Maul arc, and and why is this episode so high? Because the previous episode, Eminence, was so extremely good, and again, I really liked the overall level so much of this episode, and I liked the plan to take over Mandalore. I liked really much the execution to take Mandalore into the custody, into the hands of previously. And then the scene when the people are cheering his name and he looks so proud and it's so lucky, I guess. And to these people who are cheering, Whistler, Whistler, this is crazy. And then Maul and Savage are getting imprisoned. And then one of the aspects I tell over and over again, then you could think that this episode, that, I don't know, the pace of this episode slows down a bit, or that the following scenes couldn't keep up the level, but this isn't the case. The episode where they break out is so strong, so brutal again. But the episode where, the scene where they were talking in the prison cell is also so good, and then they are recruiting army, and eventually Maul fights against a previous one. This is such a cool fight because Maul intentionally didn't use the Force because he wanted a real combat situation. He really wanted to kill him in front of his men, because his skills, his combat skills are better than previous last, and that is of course the case. And I really like that this battle was so long, and it was longer than most of us would have expected, but it's a positive thing, I guess, because previously is fighting with all his emotions. He is fighting for not only his life, for whole Mandalore. And then Maul wins and beheaded previously, and I really liked the scene that comes after that. The scene where he tells Bo-Katan, unfortunately for you, history won't see it that way, and then it's getting so dark and brutal and so explosive again. So really, I love this episode really much. And the top 5 is now here. And I haven't talked about one remaining arc that much, and I think you know, because the last arc is completely missing by now in the ranking. Siege of Mandalore, and we have 4 episodes of Siege of Mandalore, and there are 5 places left. Now we start with Old Friends Not Forgotten, the longest Clone Wars episode of all time, 9th episode of season 1 and the first of Siege of Mandalore. This episode was extremely good, and not only because there happened so much, and there happened so much because it was almost 30 minutes long, but because the scenes are really perfectly executed, perfectly written, perfectly executed. The Battle of Yavana, so an important scene. I think it's a geniusly move to see a classic but visually perfect battle of the Clone Wars, where you have the comic relief relationship between Anakin and Obi-Wan, where you have some cool clone moments, where you have Commander Cody, Captain Rex, and some air troopers, and Octopus droids. I said before, I really love them. And And then it starts with a Saw Gerrera reference, a Saw Gerrera mention, and yeah, Anakin and Ahsoka saw each other for a long time, and yeah, the reunion was so good, and we saw the frustration when Ahsoka didn't have the time to talk with him, and Bo-Katan and her face expressions are so well executed, so really, and yeah, then uh, when Ahsoka sees the 332nd Division, the company, and they had all her face on their handles. Yeah, I can just like tell what's going on in this episode over and over again, but I really loved every scene of it, and I thought that every scene of this episode was really brilliant, and this was legit perfect. And yeah, one and only reason why it's the 5th place and not the 1st place, because the other 4 episodes managed, I don't know how, to be even better. And we start with the best Clone Wars episode apart from the Siege of Mandalore, and that would be Carnage of Quell. And Carnage of Quell is the reason I am a Clone Wars fan in this extreme way. I mean, there's no YouTuber that ranked every episode of the Clone Wars. And I mean, I have done so many videos about the Clone Wars, and Carnage of the Quell is the reason for that. The scene where Rex realized that they were fighting each other, that the clones are shooting at each other, was so hard, was so brutal for me as a young kid, that the memory is in my head and will be in my head forever. First time I watched it, I was like, my heart was like boom, 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 boom. I was like, this can't be happening. And then the scene when the clones decided to attack. Well, I was so angry. I watched the episode 10 times, 15 times, I don't know. But I'm still so angry and so glad that they decided to put on a fight on Quell. And then I did the Apple video recently, and I just realized that Apple was one of the main clones that fights against Quell, and he's one that he also comes with the tower. So, and this whole clones versus Quell fight scene was improved, even improved. Although I liked this episode and this scene so much before. And yeah, I think that the part why Quell is eventually captured is really cool, because he's captured because of this Sarlacc creature, and he didn't know that you should watch out for these creatures because he's never on the battlefield. So I really liked this detail, and I really loved that Dogma was the one to execute Quell, and it was really hard to see in the end scene of this episode, of this arc, to see the clones struggling with their lives. So this episode is really one of the best television episodes I have ever seen in my life. The 3rd place goes to The Phantom Apprentice, and there was a time where I said The Phantom Apprentice is the best episode of all time from the Clone Wars, because I think that to be really an extremely good episode, there needs to be one extremely good lightsaber duel, because I'm such a big fan of lightsaber duels, and this is the case, and this is by far the best choreography, because they put so much work in this fight. And yeah, just the entire episode, it's crazy. So the first confrontation at the beginning is really good. Then the next scene when Ahsoka and Bo-Katan learned that Anakin has killed Dooku, and this music in this scene is so good. This music in this entire episode is so good. The music in the entire arc is so good, in the entire season and in the entire show. I love the music so much. And I really hated that I had to see some bad things about the music in the first review of this video. In the first review, I don't know, it's Downfall of the Droid, I think. I did like the music in this episode, but I loved the music in every other episode. So I'm sorry for the little hate. And yeah, I just also like that Jesse trying to resist the force manipulation by Maul, and the battle was extremely good. It was so cool to see the clones of the 332nd Company and the Death Watch, the remaining Death Watch and Night Owl members fighting against Maul the Lawrence. And yeah, but what was my favorite scene? It wasn't the fight, not the lightsaber duel. It was the dialogue. It was the scene where Maul and Ahsoka talked to each other, and they talked about power. They talked about Sidious. They talked about teaming up. They talked about Anakin. And lines like when Maul said that the Jedi Council are full of hypocrites, and powers only the thing that is controlled by the one, and justice is this. And I really loved the scene, and I will say a thing that is maybe controversial, but this scene is not only my favorite Clone Wars scene of all time, but my favorite Star Wars scene of all time. The dialogue, simply only the dialogue between Maul and Ahsoka before the battle is my favorite scene. In the throne room, in the room where happened so much, so epic content of the Clone Wars happened in this room, and then we got this. This is the climax. This is the final. But there was one little thing I disliked about this episode. To be more specific about this fight, I think that Maul is too easily defeated against Ahsoka, because we see Ahsoka fight very good without her lightsabers, but it's too easy. Maul was a Sith Lord. He was really a Sith Lord. There are people that don't believe it. Funny, but he is a Sith Lord. He was a Sith Lord, and he is too easily defeated. And because I really love the character Maul so much, that isn't something that I can ignore. Because you see, all of the Maul episodes are in the top 18, where Maul is the protagonist. So I can't look away when this character, who has so much cool fighting scenes, is easily defeated. And so I mean, in the absolute end of the battle, where it wasn't the case that he really tried to convince Ahsoka to join him, this was a real fight. And yeah, but again, this episode is beyond perfect with a little mistake. So, which episode is the best and which episode is the second best? I know that many people think that between that the absolute last episode is the best episode, but for me it's the second best. And yeah, so we have Victory and Death on the second spot, second place, and the end of the Clone Wars is literally perfect. That we saw stormtroopers, that we saw Vader, that we saw the funeral burying the dead. It's so sad. It's so epic to see Anakin slash Vader to pick up Ahsoka's saber, and the music is beyond perfect again. And yeah, I thought that all of this episode was really really great, but sometimes I got the feeling that the fight sequences are a bit too casual. Of course, we got so many dramatic fight scenes and so many cool fight scenes in this episode, but it was too often like clones are blasting at Ahsoka, she's deflecting, and Rex is trying to stun everyone. Yeah, we got so cool character moments between Ahsoka and Captain Rex. Also, the scene where they see how badly injured the Venator is, or when Maul whips out the hyperdrive of the Venator, and when Maul escaped. All these things were perfect, but some of the action scenes were really really good and not perfect. This is the main reason why Shattered is for me the best episode. And Shattered is not the best episode because the other two episodes, so Victory and Death and The Phantom Apprentice, did some minor mistakes, but because it's the perfect episode for this stuff. And I think one of the best seconds about this episodes are not when Order 66 is executed, or when Bo-Katan and Ahsoka are talking for the last time in the Clone Wars, or when Ahsoka is at a Jedi meeting, but when the shock troopers, the Coruscant Guard, are transporting Maul to the Venator, to the prison cell, because we have so epic music in this scene, because the camera is so, I mean, you can't say camera because there was no camera, it's animated, but if there were a camera, I would say the camera work is incredibly good in this whole episode. And I really love the fact that the producers knew that everybody is suspecting that Order 66 is to happen. And then we have this shock trooper image and we think maybe it will happen in like 2 seconds. And then they take the time and they gave us the so incredibly emotional and sad and I don't know, everything, this incredible dialogue between Ahsoka and Rex when they salute at each other. And then Order 66 is executed, and they used a part of the score, I'm sorry, from Revenge of the Sith, and this was so perfect. And also the scene where Rex gives the speech to his fellow clone brothers to execute Order 66 and what this means. And we saw Jesse again. I mean, Jesse was in the 10th episode and he was saved by Ahsoka, and in the next scene he appeared and he tries to shoot her, and in the last scene he is dead because he tried, and he's dead because the Venator crashed, and we see his helmet, and it's so heartbreaking. And yes, I personally believe that not only, of course, Siege of Mandalore is the best arc in the Clone Wars, or these are the best episodes. These last 3 episodes are the best 3 episodes ever produced for Star Wars. I also think that there are no better episodes I ever saw in my life than these 3. And I also believe that if Siege of Mandalore was a movie, it would be the best Star Wars movie of all time. Even better than Revenge of the Sith, and I love this movie so goddamn much. And I would say Siege of Mandalore was better than Revenge of the Sith and any other Star Wars movie. This is the best Star Wars content of all time. So yeah, I guess that's it with my Star Wars review. If there is anyone who is watching right now, then I just can't say that I'm really thankful, but I am. Why do I do this? I mean, it's like, it's silly, it's dumb to do so many hours of review, and I can't tell how many hours I worked on this video. But I don't do this because I want the clicks, I want the views, I want subscribers, I want fame. I do this because I want to do something new, something special. I have this vision to create something that didn't exist before. And I know that there isn't a single video where a silly lucky man has reviewed every single episode of the Clone Wars, so I decided to do it. And I wanted to give this episode and this whole series something back. And well, I guess my my greatest dream is that Dave Filoni is right now watching, and he sees how much the Clone Wars is meaning to people like me. And there are other people out there. There are other people out there who loves the Clone Wars as much as I do, and maybe even more than I. But to love a series extremely much, you don't have to do a 5, 6, 7 hour review. Just to watch it over and over again can mean that you really appreciate the art that has been produced. And I have to say thank you to Josh Lucas, to Dave Filoni, to Kevin Kiner, and to all of you, everyone that's watching and everyone who subscribed to this channel, because it really just makes fun to produce those videos. It really makes me happy, and I think as long as this is the case, I will do it, and I will do more. And I don't think like I now hit 1K subscribers, and that's a perfect time to chill and to lay low and yeah, to do less on YouTube, because now I have this goal in my hands. I think this could be only the beginning, and I'm thankful for everyone who has been here, who has been commenting, who has been watching, and I would love to see more comments in the future, your opinions on every videos that I do. And if you just like my videos, then tell me and I can try to improve. And yeah, so thank you a lot.